All right, we're live. Let's go. We're good. All right, everyone. This is Assistant Chief Forecaster Cameron
and Chief Forecaster Derek here again. As we mentioned, we have our very first warning of the day. This is a storm that we have been watching for quite some time, coming out of the Little Rock metro area. And this is actually moving towards the northeast here.
Definitely.
At about 60 miles an hour.
Right. So I'm going to go ahead and read to you guys this tornado warning here. And this is going to be awfully familiar to the March 27, 2020 storm that went over Jonesboro here. So, tornado warning for northwestern Woodruff County in eastern Arkansas, southeastern Jackson County in eastern Arkansas, east central White County, and south central Lawrence County in eastern Arkansas. This goes until 6:30 this evening. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Hurricane Lake, WMA, or 7 miles west of Augusta, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Hazard tornado source radar indicated rotation at this point. This is our first alert to those near and over Jonesboro. If you know anyone in Jonesboro, they need to take their tornado precautions immediately. You are outside of the warning right now, but you need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Same thing goes for Augusta. Same thing goes for Blytheville up here towards Crittenden County. You need to take your tornado precautions immediately here. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. Go ahead, Derek.
So once again, if you live, so basically, let's pull up our rotation on this storm. I do want to get a very good look at it right now. If you live in Augusta, this is dangerously close to Augusta right now. Also, I want to mention this is getting very close, and it's out all by itself. And this is an atmosphere that is very conducive for both severe weather and tornadoes as we go into the evening and the overnight hours. So once again, if you live along Highway 64 between Bald Knob and Augusta, this is going to be tracking right over you almost immediately. If you live up towards Tupelo, you need to be taking your precautions now, because this is tracking at 60 miles an hour.
Yes.
You are not going to have
a lot of time.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. So we're talking Tupelo 6:07, Jonesboro right around 6:48 this evening. You do not have a lot of time here. You need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. Now, as I said before, this is awfully similar. You guys were with me and Derek when we were covering the Jonesboro Tornado in 2020. This is awfully similar to the same path that storm took. So you need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Remember, get away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, get to the lowest area of your home immediately. Go ahead, Derek.
Let's pull up our en-route view.
Yeah.
I have a very, very, very strong rotation on this storm. Most likely, if it's not on the ground, it's fixing to be any minute now. This is a very dangerous storm. Monica chases on this storm as well.
Yeah.
So once again, the rotation, it really picked up and died down a little bit. But again, we are right in between radar sites as well. But this is right in between Bradford, Russell, Augusta, and Bald Knob. So once again, this is moving off towards the Tupelo and Weldon area. Again, if you live in Newport,
Newport as well.
Track
just to the south of Newport.
Just to the southeast of Newport.
Yep.
However, if you live in Armagon and Grub, this is almost close to the very similar track of the March of 2020 storm.
Yep.
So once again, if you live in these areas, you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. Lowest level of your house, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Once again, if you have a bicycle helmet, if you have something you could put on your head, that would be even better, because head injuries are the first thing we see when it comes to severe weather injuries, especially involving high winds or tornadoes.
Right. So this is what we got going at this point here, guys. That is the area of rotation that we're seeing here. This is moving to the north and east at 60 miles per hour. So I said before, I know a lot of people worried about Newport. This is going to be just to your south. However, you are going to be in the rain, in the hail core of this storm. So you need to be away from the windows. You need to be away from those exterior walls. You are in that tornado warning, so I would go ahead and take your tornado precautions immediately in that area as well. But as I said before, we are watching this very closely, awfully similar to the March 2020 Jonesboro Tornado here. So Tupelo, up towards Wiener, up towards Jonesboro. I've got Jonesboro in the path of this storm. It is moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. We cannot stress. Take your tornado precautions immediately in this area. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. Luckily, right now, we don't have any confirmed reports that it's on the ground, but we do have lots of eyes on the ground. So they're giving us reports in the Weather Center at this point here. But you have a new tornado warning that is in effect. If you're just now tuning in, share this live stream with anybody you know that is in this area. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately. Here, go ahead, Derek.
Yep. So once again, if you live in Augusta, you need to be taking your tornado precautions. This is moving to the northeast here at about 60 miles an hour. Nothing's on the ground at this time, and the rotation is still there. It's currently going to be crossing the White River in between Augusta and Bradford. If you live in Augusta, stay in your safe spot for just a few more minutes. But if you live in between Bradford and Weldon and Tupelo, you definitely need to be taking your tornado precautions.
Definitely. So I got a new information with that. The tornado warning in South Central Lawrence County has been canceled because the storm moved down to the area. This tornado warning still remains in effect until 6:30 for Northwestern Woodruff, Southeastern Jackson, and East Central White counties here. So, a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Russell or near Augusta, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Hazard tornado, source radar indicated rotation at this point. If you are traveling on Highway 67 between mile markers 55 and 100, you need to find substantial shelter immediately. Get off the road. Do not take shelter under an overpass. That's the worst thing to do whenever you're trying to take cover from a tornado warning. Find a substantial shelter immediately here. If you're in a mobile home, same thing goes for you. Avoid the windows. If you do not have a storm shelter, find the most center, lowest point of your home. That could be a bathroom, a closet. Avoid the windows and try to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible and take your tornado precautions immediately.
So this is from the National Weather Service and Little Rock Twitter. Potential tornado is located between Balnam and Augusta, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour.
Gotcha.
So this was as of 4 minutes ago.
Gotcha. So this track still remains the same. Takes to the Tupelo right around 6:07. So you got 7 minutes in Tupelo. Towards Beedville right around 6:14. And then also towards Cache around 6:36. Jonesboro coming in just a little bit after 6:40. And then 6:50 for the Bay Area here. So this going to be moving into northeastern Arkansas for too much longer here. Derek, if you do me a favor, I think we have Jace, our chaser. He's in this area at this point. He's going to be I want him trying to intercept that storm right now here. So that's what we got going at this point here. We'll zoom this out. This is our rotation indicator at this point. We're going to go back to our radar here. So this is what we're talking about right now. You need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately here in these areas. So tornado warning still remains in effect. We do have eyes in the field that is up in this area up here in northeastern Arkansas. Derek is attempting to try to get them online and getting you guys some eyes down in the ground here. So that's what we got at this point. Tornado warning up here in northeastern Arkansas. This is moving to the northeast at 60 miles per hour. You need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to you on the outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately here.
Another thing that does concern me as well, do not try to go outside and see this storm.
Definitely.
This is becoming a rain-wrapped type of rotation. Even if it's not on the ground, it is going to be very, very close. So do not try to go out and see it.
Yeah.
Even though you may, it's flat open out here. Do not try to go out and see it.
I was going to say, take a look at your correlation coefficient over there, or what we call our debris indicator right now. That's something I'm just going to be able to watch right now, just looking at little signs here at this point. So that's the area of rotation. That's just to the northwest of Augusta, southeast of Bradford, or just to the northeast of Balnam. moving northeast at 60 miles per hour here. This is going to go towards Tupelo, towards Wiener, towards Fisher, towards Weldon. You need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately here. So this is going past Bald Knob. So Bald Knob, you are getting in the clear at this point. Newport. A lot of people are asking about Newport right now. They need to stay in shelter. Right now, it's a little bit too close of a call for it to be in Newport, okay? Right now, Newport, you're probably going to be getting a heavy rainfall and even some hail up there. But right now, it is too close of a call for you not to take your tornado precautions, because all it takes is for this thing to take a left turn and it puts Newport in the track. So, Newport, you are right there on the edge. You need to be staying in your shelters immediately here. Oil Trough, this is going to stay well to your south and east. Same thing goes for Pleasant Plains. Batesville, this is staying well to your south and east at this point. All right, so this is going to be towards Swifton, and then it's going to make a run for Cache, and then eventually up towards Jonesboro within the top of the hour here. So you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately.
So I want to emphasize this. This is I'm getting multiple debris signatures.
Definitely, yeah.
On this storm. It has not been confirmed on the ground yet, but everything on
oh
radar
boy, yep. I see it.
So
I see it,
folks. If you live in Tupelo and Weldon, you need to be in your safe place
right
immediately,
here.
folks. This does look to be on the ground now. It is starting to have a lot of debris lofted into the atmosphere. Jonesboro, this is your 1 hour warning.
Yep.
I want to emphasize this. This is in a very open environment. Nothing to inhibit this storm now. And it's moving into a very ripe atmosphere.
Yep. And what I've done on our radar, you can definitely see. So this is our rotation indicator. So this is where we're looking for the potential for the tornado. Okay. What I've done here is I've compared the debris indicator versus the rotation indicator. This could potentially be lifting up debris right now. So this could potentially be on the ground just north of Augusta, just southeast of Bradford, just to the east of Russell, and also just due northeast of Bald Knob. So Bald Knob, you are in the clear at this point. I'm getting very concerned for areas near Tupelo, towards Bethel, and then up towards Weldon. They need to be taking their tornado precautions immediately. And folks, share this live stream with anybody you can at this point. I cannot stress that enough. Share this live stream, get it out. If you know anyone in Northeastern Arkansas, they need to be taking their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately. Nick, what do you got over there?
What I'm doing now, I'm basically looking on the inside of the storm here, trying to see what I can see. Not seeing anything significant right now. Let me look at the low level rotation here. Not seeing anything that looks too. The storm tops are well over 50,000 feet right
Definitely.
now. So that is a very good indication that this storm is reaching well into the atmosphere. And it's bringing all that spin in the atmosphere down to the surface. As this moves closer into a more highly populated area, like around Jonesboro and Truman area and stuff like that, we're going to have to really watch this storm even more so. But right now, this is moving right to the north of Augusta. If you live in Fitzhugh, if you live in Weldon and Tupelo, you need to be in your safe place right now, folks. Lowest level of your house, away from windows, and put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, we are still early. The main system coming in is still out to our west. As these storms continue to push into eastern and northeast Arkansas, this is what we are going to see more and more of as we go throughout the evening and the overnight hours.
Right. So what I'm going to do for just a second to kind of help some folks that are listening to our live stream right now here, I'm going to overlay the counties. Okay, so this is something new on our software here. So the counties that you're going to see is going to be very faint down here, but you're going to be able to see the county names up here. So this is moving away from White County. Okay, so Independence County, this is going to move well to your south and east. Okay, northwest of Woodruff County, coming into Jackson County right now. Cross County, you are good. Point Zeta County, we'll have to watch it, especially on the western side of Point Zeta County. And then S04 coming straight into Jackson County. This is going to make a run for Craighead County, which includes downtown Jonesboro. We will have to watch the situation closely. Fortunately for us right now, we have not gotten a single report that anything's on the ground. No damage or anything right now. But this is very concerning here. The environment is very conducive for tornadoes. Some of these tornadoes could be strong. I cannot stress that enough. So you need to take your tornado precautions immediately.
Let's go on and warn the metro area as well.
Yeah.
Because we do have strengthening storms off to our west and southwest. And something, this is a very classic I-30 type of setup. And this is a situation where you can have multiple storms starting to rotate as we go throughout the next couple of hours. And we have a new warning just got issued for Jonesboro as well. So once again, we have a brand new warning.
Yep. And
so
I got it. So like I said before, this is very, very similar to the Jonesboro tornado up here in 2020. So I'm gonna go ahead and read you guys a new warning. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna get that up for you guys right now here. So there's new warning. All right, new warning goes for until 6:45. Western Craighead County, Eastern Arkansas, Western Poinsett County, and Eastern Arkansas. That same area I was telling you guys about a second ago. This is moving to the north and east at 60 miles per hour. That means you do not have any sort of time to sit there, wait for it to come at you, try to get photos, videos, etc. You do not have time for that. You need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to you on the outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately. So Jonesboro, this is my alert to you right now. Go ahead.
Yep, so the National Weather Service Memphis is saying it's a radar-indicated tornado.
Right.
We do know. So again, Thunderstorm is producing a tornado. So we now are getting multiple reports now of potential of it producing a tornado. So once again, if you live in Northeast Arkansas, folks, this is the cell that actually formed in the Little Rock Metro and produced a wall cloud a couple of hours ago. And so at that point, we didn't have quite the shear in place. If you live in Little Rock, you dodged a bullet the first time around. Yep. But we are watching the storms coming out of our southwest as well, so those storms we are going to have to watch here over the next couple of hours. But again, right now, our main focus continues to be for our folks here in Northeast Arkansas. We now have everywhere from Newport up to Wiener, Cache, Jonesboro, Truman, Mark Tree. You're going to have to watch this storm closely, especially if you live in Truman and Mark Tree. If it takes a right turn, then it's going to come right towards you.
Definitely.
If this takes a right turn, we're going to have to watch even more so than what we already are, because that's when you start to develop the possibility of an even stronger toward threat. So once again, if you live in Newport, Bootheel, you need to be lowest level of your house, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, this is a very dangerous situation. And we mentioned this. Not everybody was going to see storms this evening, but those who did, they had the potential to produce a tornado.
Right. So we got a new track up here now. So now Jonesboro, you're sitting right around 650 at this point now. And I'm going to see about trying to get a more accurate track on it, because it's right here now. So this storm is moving to the north and east at about 60 miles per hour here. So it should be getting into Jonesboro just a little bit quicker than that. So Jonesboro, that's what I was thinking, right around 650, 652 should be coming into Jonesboro, 613. So it's coming into Weldon now. Then it's going to be making a run towards Grubbs and towards Waldenburg, and then also towards Bay, Brooklyn, Lake City, and then Black Oak up here in northeastern Arkansas. So this is moving into Jackson County at this time here. All right. And then it's going to moving into Craighead County within the next, I would say, 20 to 25 minutes. It is moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. You do not have time to waste with this storm. I told you guys in the live stream, the previous 2 live streams, if a tornado warning went out, you got to react. These downstream cities that we're giving you, Grubbs, Fisher, Drummond, Jonesboro, Lake City, Cache, you need to take your tornado precautions immediately here. I know Jonesboro, you're right on that edge, and I mean this is as close as you can get to the 2020 Jonesboro tornado, where I was covering it in the studio. Derek was out in the field, so this is very, very similar here to this tornado here. So, and I told you guys earlier that I was worried about northeastern Arkansas. So this is what we got right now. This is moving to the northeast at 60 miles per hour. If you know anyone in downtown Jonesboro and they don't have the means of getting any sort of weather source, send them here. We will keep them informed on the latest here. Go ahead, Derek.
So okay, I'm watching that. So basically, I'm starting to see the storm, and this is a good sign. It looks like it is starting to recycle a bit. I'm not getting a debris signature on it anymore. But that being said, do not let your guard down because the shear in the atmosphere is extreme right now. So we have plenty of spin in the atmosphere to produce.
Okay.
Again, and looking, this is just to the west of Weldon.
Yeah.
Just to the northwest of Tupelo. If you live in Omegon, Waldenburg, Winter, Otwell, Cache, you need to be taking your tornado precautions.
Right. So, and Derek, I don't want to like cut you off or anything like that, but I'm gonna throw a little bit of something that happened with the 2020 Jonesboro Tornado. Now, not every storm is similar. All right. Now, what happened with the Jonesboro Tornado is we got to this point. All right. And what happened is this storm, as it got in close to Craighead County, it began to consolidate and it began to produce a tornado. And you guys know what happened after that. So do not let your guard down because this thing is recycling. You got to watch it very closely here at this point here. Go ahead, Derek.
35 seconds to go. Spotter 4 miles north of Augusta. Tornado on the ground 5 miles to our northeast around Tupelo, Arkansas.
Gotcha.
So it has been confirmed on the ground.
Okay.
So we have a tornado on the ground that is straight from the spotter. Again, we are about five. This will be, and I'm seeing it well. Let's go back
to the debris indicator. Yeah.
Yep. And right in between Tupelo and Weldon. If you live in Weldon, you definitely need to be in your safe place right now, folks. Because this is going to move right over you. If you live in Omegon and Grubbs, folks, this is going to be moving right over you. I mean, almost immediately.
Yep.
Again, these are a lot of small towns, a lot of rural areas, so you're not going to see a lot of debris on the radar because it's not a lot of stuff to pick up, mostly dust and trees and stuff like that.
Yeah, I was going to stop radar for just because we were looking at that right when it went Warren as it was going over Tupelo, right there where you see that green, just northwest of Tupelo, just to the southwest of Weldon. That is where it may have produced that tornado here. Now, as Derek said before, this is in a very rural area. So you got a lot of flat lands, a lot of farmlands out here, so it's not going to be naturally picking up debris because there's nothing for it to pick up. So this is moving straight towards Walden, getting more towards Waldenburg, and this is going to make a run for, unfortunately, Poinsett County, then Craighead County up here in Jonesboro. So you need to be taking your tornado precautions, and you need to get away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, get to the lowest area of your home immediately here.
So, if you live in Weldon, don't listen for those sirens. We're getting multiple reports of sirens are not sounding. Do not rely on a tornado siren, folks. We preach this time and time again every silver weather event. A siren is not meant to warn you. It is meant to warn those outside. You have your phone. You have a NOAA radio. This is why we preach. You have to have multiple ways of getting warnings because of this exact type of situation.
Definitely.
So once again, if you live in Weldon, this storm is moving just to your northwest or right over town. So if you need to be in your safe place right now, folks. And this is going to move right towards Omegon. It's actually going to move on the track. I'm watching it.
Yeah.
Omegon, Grubbs. And what concerns me, man, this is so very, very, very close to the
Jonesboro Tornado. Yeah, and like I said before, Jonesboro may get lucky out of this because right now with the track, it kind of takes it right on the southeastern side of downtown Jonesboro here. Like kind of similar to what happened in 2020 here, where it took that southeast turn towards Jonesboro. Now, like I said before, do not let your guard down up here in Jonesboro and Lake City. I fully expect if this rotation continues for an additional warning to go out for parts of Craighead County up here in northeastern Arkansas and then portions of Mississippi County. So right now, if you're in Jackson County, Newport, I can confidently say that this is going to miss Newport. So if you're in Newport, you should be good to go. But stay where you are. Do not try to travel right now. Grubbs, you need to take your tornado precautions. Tupelo, I will remain in shelter just a little bit longer. Your storm is moving away. The one thing about these storms is they're going to be moving quick. So they're not going to prolong over in the area. So once you go into shelter, you'll be there. And then once that storm has passed over your area, you should be good to go to going out. So as I said before, the storm is moving to the north and east at about 60 miles per hour. folks, if you're worried about the other parts of the state, information is on the page. Right now, tornado warning is ongoing. This is where our attention is going to be at this time here. Go ahead.
We also have a thunderstorm warning that's just been issued for Little River County. So that storm is going to move into an environment very conducive as well. So,
yeah, that's the one that's been out there in Texas, northeast Texas here. So that one's going to go for Little River County, they said, in southwest Arkansas, producing quarter-size 60-mile-per-hour winds with that storm here. It's moving to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour here. So I told you, folks, we were going to be seeing these storms rocking and rolling by the time we get towards 6 and 7 p.m. Our first tornado warning of the day up here in northeastern Arkansas, going right into Poinsett and into Craighead County, moving out of Jackson County at this point, but remain in shelter at this current time here. Remember, get away from windows. I know a lot of folks don't have a storm shelter. My best advice for you, you need to get away from the windows. You need to get away from the exterior walls. If you do not have a shelter or a basement to get into, get to the lowest, more central portion of your house. That could be a closet without windows. That could be a bathroom. The more central portion of your home, because you want to put as many walls between you and the outside as physically possible. So right now, that is where that's my advice to you. If you're in this area here, so that goes for western Poinsett County. That goes for Jackson County. Definitely Jackson County. You should be in the shelter already. And then my folks up there in Craighead County, you need to take your tornado precautions immediately here. Like I said before, do not wait for sirens. Okay? Do not wait for sirens. I meant to alarm you when you're outdoors. Yep. Our advice right now, go ahead and take your tornado precautions up here. Jonesboro, you're barely in that tornado warning. Lake City, you're not even in it right now. Even Leachville up here, this is going to make a run, similar, as I said, similar to that Jonesboro 2020 tornado, where it came through Craighead County, and then it made a run for the Bootheel region. So Leachville, Horanceville up here in the Bootheel region of Missouri. Watch this storm closely. I would recommend making your tornado precautions up here in northeastern Arkansas. So you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately in this area. Right now, as I said before, this is the area. I'm going to stop the radar for just a bit, because I know a lot of folks are asking about where was that tornado confirmed here. Right over here, just to the northwest of Tupelo. That is where we got that report. Since then, it has moved out towards the north and east about 60 miles per hour. We have not gotten any other reports at this point.
Back to our debris. Let's also go look at the Enrot as well, because very strong low-level
rotation.
Yep.
There it is right there.
This is most likely on the ground. If it's not, it's very, very close. This is just to the southwest of Armagon. So, again, if you live in Armagon, you need to be taking your tornado precautions. Again, waiting to hear reports coming out of Weldon, Tupelo. Again, this is to the north of Augusta. Again, if you live in White County, you are no longer in the warning. You are in the clear for now. But if you live in Armagon, Grubbs, if you live in Tupelo, this is just to your northeast now. So once again, this is moving off towards the northeast at 60 miles an hour. You do not have a long time to take your precautions. If you live in Warrenburg, this is on a direct path for you. So if you live in Warrenburg, you definitely need to be in the lowest level of your house, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This is going to track toward Warrenburg, toward Wiener, toward the Otwell. And this is going to move off toward the northeast here at about 60 to 65 miles an hour.
Definitely. So that's what we're watching right now here in Silver Fort in western Poinsett County. Then it's going to make a run for Craighead County. So I'm going to stop the radar for just a bit. We're going to go back over to, there's the track, by the way. So if you're wondering about the areas that could potentially be impacted, there's your track on the right, on your left side of the screen here. But we're going to go back to our reflectivity, and I'm going to pull up some roads here at this point here. So now we're talking Highway 49. So Highway 49, you're in that track at this point. This is going to move, like Derek said, 60 to 65 miles per hour. And I know it doesn't sound like a lot in hindsight, but 60 to 65 miles per hour is very quick for these storms. That means you have, like, let's say, for example, in Jonesboro, it is right around 6:20, 6:21 right now, okay? You have the projected time for being up there is about 6:50, okay? That gives you 30-minute leeway. That gives you 30-minute time to take your tornado precautions, get to the area, get to your safe place. That way, by the time it gets to you, you're already ready to go. Do not wait for that. Do not wait to seek confirmation. Do not go outside. I know a lot of people like going outside and looking and seeing what's going on. These are very dangerous storms. And I said before, in the environment that is very conducive for tornadoes. Some of these tornadoes can be very strong in this area. You need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Do not wait for confirmation, or do not wait to go outside and look and see for a tornado yourself. You need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Go ahead, Derek. What you got over there?
I'm trying to see, so I'm getting mixed messages. Okay, so we have a brand new warning that has just been issued here.
What do you got?
So, Thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Algoa, or 8 miles southeast of Newport, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. This goes until 6:45 for Jackson County.
Okay.
So
Right.
this is just an update of the current warning.
Yeah.
So the old warning is going to be allowed to expire, but the new warning goes to 6:45. This is also going to move into the Memphis warning area here shortly. So if you live in Wallenberg, stop. If you're on the road near Wallenberg, stop. You need to find a safe place now. You do not have time to wait. This is moving at 55 miles an hour. It's going to be there in 10 to 15 minutes or less. Let's put a new track on this storm, and it's going to move toward Wallenberg, towards Winter, towards Harrisburg and Greenfield. Again, this is going to track in between Harrisburg and Cache.
All right.
Here,
So
very soon.
yeah. So this is what we got here. So I'm gonna clock it about 60 at this point. I know it says 55 on the warning here, but I'm gonna clock it right around 60 because, like I said before, with the vertical moisture, vertical shear we got in place right now, these storms are accelerating. So Waldburn and so forth, and the new trends. I'm really liking the new trends. The new trends are taking us further and further and further away from Jonesboro, which is great news. However, that doesn't mean, like I said before, for Lake City, for Trumpman over here, Poinsett County, Craighead County, still watch this storm very, very closely here over the next couple of minutes here. In Jonesboro, you are not completely out of the woods. However, we're watching the situation very closely here. But the new trends, new tracks, continue to trend it more and more and more away from downtown Jonesboro. But that does not mean let your guard down at this current time here. This storm is very dangerous, moving to the north and east at about 55 to 60 miles per hour here at this point here. So we do have two chasers that are on this storm at this point here. So National Service has identified a tornado near Newport. The storm system is expected to move Jonesboro.
That's
45.
May State,
Oh, that's May State. Okay, so they have. So that's from A State themselves up here in
going off in Harrisburg now. So that's a good. Again, do not rely on warning. Again, do not rely on sirens.
Yep.
You cannot rely on the sirens because they are meant for outdoor warning. It is an outdoor warning system, and that is exactly what it is meant for.
Right.
So once again, the good news is here, I'm not getting any more confirmation of anything on the ground. However, that does not. Again, it is dark outside. You're not going to be able to see it coming towards you. So, that being said, do not try to go out and spot it. Do not try to go out and see it because you don't want to be caught in the middle of this. And I want to stress something. Also, folks, this is a long-term event this evening. Just because there's one storm does not mean the event is over.
Yep.
There's a cold front dry line to our west that is moving in northwest Arkansas. Until we get that through the state, you're going to have severe weather.
Yep.
We have talked about this. We mentioned it. We've had this highlighted for days. So again, the threat is far from over. The watch goes until 11 o'clock. Would not be shocked to see it extended.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Again, and even for eastern Arkansas, your threat goes until probably 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yep.
So again, this is going to be a late evening event. It's going to be an overnight event. We just have to batten down. The biggest thing is, don't worry. Just be prepared if you get put under a warning. Not everybody's going to see a storm tonight. Not everybody's going to see rain. But for example, those who do, it's going to be very severe.
Yep. So this is what we got at this point here. I'm putting over some highways in the path of this tornado here with this potential tornado. So Highway 49 and then Interstate Highway 65 up here and the Interstate 500 555 up here in northeastern Arkansas. So that's something that we're going to watch very closely here, guys. Tornado warning still remains in effect. December 4th, if you know anybody that needs coverage up here in northeastern Arkansas, if you can't find it anywhere else, like if somebody is literally on your Facebook feed saying, hey, where can I find this live stream? Where can I find this? There's a tornado warning. I need coverage. Send them our way. Tag our page. Have them come here. Give us a like. Give us a follow, because as Derek mentioned, this is far from over. This will likely not be our only warning for tonight here. There are other areas of storms, as you can see, to our south and west, that we're going to have to watch very closely throughout the evening and into the overnight. I think by the time we get into the overnight hours, we should, and I mean should, start steering away from the tornado threat. But even then, it's going to be a very, 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 very long time when we get to that point. So you need to be on guard here. The tornado warning still continues in this area until right around 6:45 this evening, and it's moving to the northeast at around 50 miles per hour here up here in northwestern Poinsett County. White County, a lot of folks are asking about White County. You are in the clear, okay?
Tupelo, you are now in the clear. Weldon, you are now in the clear. If we have any emergency management up here in this part of the state, they can let us know if there's been any damage. That would help us very, 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 very much so, especially when we are talking about the potential of warning people downstream.
Yep. So right now, so for him, we'll go ahead and go back to rotation real quickly here and kind of look at this and see what we got. So I'm still, Derek, I'm still seeing a good amount of rotation here, just to the west of Waldenburg and just to the southwest of Wiener. This is going to move out towards north and east here. Folks, just an idea on what's going on with this system right now here. So about 2 hours ago, we didn't have a single warning in the country right now. We have a total of 8 tornado warnings across the area, 9 severe thunderstorm warnings right now here. So as I said before, the show is beginning to go. The majority up here in Missouri right now, but that does not mean nothing for us here in Arkansas. We got more storms. We got a severe thunderstorm warning now coming out of northeastern Texas. These storms will continue as that dry line draws closer. These storms will continue to show that tornadic potential over the next couple of hours here. So if you need timing information, if you're wondering about your area, etc., take a look at our page. It takes 5 seconds. Go look at our page. Go look for information. That's all you have to do. Okay, it's as easy as that. Areas, I know a lot of people are saying, during our live stream, if we didn't talk about certain areas, etc., that's why we have maps. We're not going to be able to go over every little point in the live streams, but that's why we have maps on our page here. We have forecasters that will answer your questions, etc. here. So that's what we got at this point. What you got there?
I'm starting to get multiple people.
Yeah, multiple. Yeah, I see that now.
That this is on the ground. Again, this is, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but folks, this is moving into an environment. Okay, so we have. All right, so we have official reports of debris along Highway 1 or along the highway 1 mile north of Weldon.
Okay.
So again, we now have debris.
A confirmed tornado now.
Yes. So this is a confirmed. So this is a confirmed tornado. Potentially has been on the ground since at least Weldon, Tupelo, moving off towards the northeast. So this is about to move into Poinsett. And it's about to move into Craighead counties.
Yep.
Folks, you need to be taking your tornado precaution. If you live in Waldenburg, Wiener, Otwell, what concerns me is that the rotation shifted back to the west a little bit.
Right.
And what that means is that we have to start watching the Jonesboro metropolitan area very closely right now. Again, if you live in Jonesboro, you have about 30 minutes lead time right now. If you live on the southwest side of Jonesboro.
So that's the area of rotation right there.
Yep. So once again, if you live in the southwest side of Jonesboro, we're talking areas down along Highway 49.
Yeah, I got a new track on that.
If you live along Highway 49, you need to start thinking about taking your tornado precautions, especially if you live in Wiener and Otwell, because this is going to move right over you here very, very shortly.
Yeah,
What is very concerning is this is moving almost directly similar to the 2020 storm.
Yeah, it's okay. So what happened with this storm here, as you can see on your radar here. So what's going on is you got your inflow going in. It's pushing this storm. And we were looking at it a while ago. We were thinking it's going to take a hard right turn. Now this storm is beginning to kind of go back to the west a little bit. So this is what I'm saying. That's why I said Jonesboro, you weren't completely out of the track. Jonesboro, you need to watch this storm very closely here. And as I said before, this area in over here in Poinsett County, western Poinsett County, very rural area, very farmland. You're not going to see a lot of debris until it literally hits a city up here in northeastern Arkansas. So you need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Heber Springs, everybody else outside of this area, you are okay at this point. If you know anybody in the Jonesboro area, they need to take their tornado precautions immediately. I don't care if you have to spam the share button on this live stream. You need to do it immediately. You know anybody in Jonesboro, they need to be taking their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, get to the lower, most center portion of your home, and get away from the exterior walls. Put as many walls for unity outside as possible here. So, as Derek mentioned before, we have several reports of a debris ball crossing right over up here in Poinsett County. This is moving to the north and east at about 60 miles per hour here. So, as I said before, we're going to watch the storm closely. Folks, if you're wondering about what else is going on in the natural state, unless there's a warning, we're not gonna cover it right now.
Brand new tornado watch has been issued for Southwest Arkansas. A couple strong tours are possible there as well. This goes until 11 p.m.
Okay,
so we've added that. Also, so we're getting multiple reports now, folks, coming in.
So that covers that down here. So you nice there, said before, you got a new watch that goes out until 11 o'clock. So we got 5 more hours to cover this. We're going to have a long evening, folks. I told you guys this in the live stream that we were going to have a long evening. So this is what we got at this point. Jonesboro, looking at top of the hour. Okay, Brooklyn, same thing. You need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. You get away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. So that's the area, that's that supercell. Remember, it's all by itself. There's no other storms impeding this tornado warning right now. Okay, so it's all by itself. It's in an environment conducive for development. Has a very big potential of producing a tornado at any moment. So you need to take your tornado precautions immediately here. Go ahead, Derek.
So once again, so I'm trying to get new information in. We're right in between radar sites.
Right
now, so we're losing some. Switching over to our Memphis radar, because this is the one of most concern right now. What concerns me is it's getting that look. And it's getting that look as it's moving to a very highly populated area. That's another thing that we're going to have to that we're going to have to watch for here as it moves into Waldenburg, Wiener, Cache. Again, if you live in Jonesboro, Brooklyn, Lake City, Bay, Truman, I know we are very storm weary here from just last year. I mean, we were just doing this a year ago. So again, it's something we are going to have to watch for. As this storm, man, I tell you what, let's go to the Memphis radar.
Yeah, I'm there.
It's got it on the ground.
I'm there.
Definitely, potentially on the ground. This is right in between Waldenburg, Grubbs, Wiener, and Amagon. It's moved right through Amagon, folks. Very, very, very dangerous storm. And this is going to continue to move off towards the northeast. Man, I tell you what, folks, if you live in Jonesboro, I would go on and take your tornado precautions.
Definitely.
I would go on and get it in the lowest level of your house, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This is a very dangerous storm. I want to go on and say it, but I'm not going to yet. But folks, if you live within the warning area
and I've drawn
or
it out.
downstream, this is a very dangerous storm.
And I've drawn it out for you guys. So this is the area. This is the setup that we got right now. And on top of this, there's another thing that I want to point out to you guys. Right around right now, 6, 7 o'clock, your low-level jet is kicking in. So you're getting backed winds into this storm. So you're getting southeast winds in here. One thing to note up here in northeastern Arkansas is an area called Crowley's Ridge. Something that we're going to have to watch closely, because something what happened with the Jonesboro 2020 tornado is it went over, tapped to that southeast wind, that more backed wind, and became a tornado just outside of Jonesboro. So you need to take your tornado precautions immediately. This track is eerily similar to the Jonesboro 2020 tornado that went through this area. And you guys remember, if you've been with us for over a year, I was in the studio, Derek was out covering at this point. Go ahead. What you got for me?
We have brand new information from the Storm Prediction Center. This storm has been highlighted as a locally higher tornado threat is materializing ahead of a mature supercell sustained strong tornadoes are possible over the next few hours.
Yep.
So this is straight, and this does include Jonesboro, it includes Blytheville, it does include Paragould as well.
Yep. And you're starting to get some hail here. So we're going to have to watch that closer coming into Poinsett County and then into western Craighead County. So Jonesboro, you don't have long at all. You need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately here. Get away from windows. Put as many walls and unity outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately. I'm going to go ahead and put a new track on the storm here. So
Cameron,
go ahead. What you got for me?
I do have new information coming in here to the Weather Center. Also, now getting reports of a very big, low, rotating wall cloud just to the northwest of Wiener, Arkansas.
Yep,
So
right
again,
here.
This would be indicative of a very strong low-level rotation on this storm. So once again, this is moving into a morely favored environment. Even more, I mean, we're even in the enhanced or slight risk, you're already favorable, but you're moving into the moderate risk.
Yep.
Now you're even more favorable. So this was our worst fear, that you would have an isolated storm moving into a very highly populated area. So once again, if you live in Northeast Arkansas, you need to watch this storm closely and get ready to take your tornado precautions. I do have a new report coming in. Power flashes are have been
reported on Highway 14. Likely tornado in East Jackson County, western Poinsett County here. So that's this area here. The area that I have highlighted in the track. That is just to the west of Wiener, just to the northwest of Waldenburg, just due east of Grumps, south of Cache, southwest of Jonesboro, moving northeast at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. So you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately here. This is not a prediction or anything like that. You need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, get to the lowest area of your home immediately here in these areas. Like I said before, very eerie to the Jonesboro Tornado 2020 at this point. Getting a lot of reports into power flashes right now with this storm here. And like I said, this area, I'm gonna go back to our debris indicator at this point here. Okay, this area is very rural. It's a farmland out here in western Poinsett County going over that area. All right, and also we're getting new information now. So like I said, this evening, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Wiener at 13 miles northwest of Harrisburg, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Hazard tornado quarter-size hail. Source radar indicated rotation at this point here. Areas impacted include, but are not limited to, Greenfield around 650, Jonesboro, downtown Jonesboro at 7:05, Lake City, Brooklyn at 7:10, Monette at 7:20 p.m. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Harriet, Macy, Gunpoint, Fairville, Lester, and Maple Grove in this area. Very, very eerie to the 2020 tornado up here in Jonesboro. Tornadoes are extremely difficult to see and confirm at night. Do not, and I repeat, do not wait to see or hear the tornado. Take your tornado precautions immediately in this area. To repeat, a tornado warning is now in effect for south central Greene County, Craighead County, northern Poinsett County, and western Mississippi County until 7:30 this evening. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornado was located near Wiener or near Harrisburg, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. And unfortunately, the track, Derek, takes it right through downtown Jonesboro.
So once again, folks, if you live in Jonesboro, we've been through this once already. Within the last couple of years, we have been through this. So if you live in Jonesboro, you need to be. So once again, Skywarn has just confirmed it on Region 8. A tornado is on the ground. So we are now going to alert mode for
Jonesboro.
Jonesboro.
That's fixing to be
that's not a PDS warning yet.
Yeah, this is fixing to be a tornado emergency for Jonesboro if that's the case.
But once again, this is just to the south, southwest of Jonesboro. It's about 10 miles southwest of Jonesboro, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. You do not have a lot of time to take your precautions. Again, lowest level of your house, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Now, unlike it was in March of 2020, when we were at the start of the pandemic, we have a lot of people out. It's a Friday night in Jonesboro. If you are out, you need to find shelter now, folks.
Definitely.
You do not have time to wait. I mean, this is a totally different situation than we were at a year ago.
Definitely.
Because right now, we are talking about a storm moving into a highly populated area. This could track north, it could track south. We don't know yet. Right now, it's on a trajectory that it's going to take it right through Jonesboro or very close to the 2020 track. If you are on the A-State campus, this is your warning. Take cover now.
Yep.
Lowest level of your house, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible.
Right. So another one thing about our software here, and I just tweaked it just for this reason. If you see this tornado warning go to a dark red or a black, that is going to be a tornado emergency for Jonesboro. Okay? We're getting several reports right now that there's confirmed that there's rotation. There's a debris ball. We're having several reports of power flashes with this storm here. Okay, if that box turns to a dark red or a black, that is a tornado emergency for Jonesboro. Regardless if it does or not, you need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately. It is 6:43. On a Friday night. I know everyone had plans. I know everyone was
Tornado
out.
emergency.
Okay. All right. Tornado emergency now.
Yep.
All right. Tornado emergency for Jonesboro here. So bear me for just a bit. This is fixing to change colors here just shortly here. So now we have a new tornado emergency for Jonesboro. You need to take your tornado precautions immediately here. So tornado warning remains in effect till 7:30 for South Central Green, Craighead, North Poinsett, and Western Mississippi counties here. A confirmed tornado was located near Wiener or 11 miles northwest of Harrisburg, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Confirmed tornado. Damaging tornado. Confirmed tornado. Coincides and 60-mile wind gusts with this storm. Weather spotters have confirmed a tornado. This will move into Jonesboro at 7:05 this evening. You need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately. This is our warning to Jonesboro. You know anyone in Jonesboro, this is a life or death situation. You need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Damaging tornado in Jonesboro right now.
I also don't want to take away from the Jonesboro area right now. Also starting to get reports of rotational storms coming into northwest Arkansas as well and southwest Arkansas as well. Also starting to get reports of rotation in central Arkansas coming into the Conway area as well. So we have multiple storms to watch now. Our team is going to start getting radar going. So folks, this is turning into a very dangerous situation. Again, we've not had a lot of severe weather over the last year or so. So this is a situation that we're going to have to watch, and unfortunately, our worst fears are starting to come true.
Yep.
So once again, tornado emergency for Jonesboro. If you live in Jonesboro, if you live in Lake City, if you live in Paragould, we've done this once, and it looks like, unfortunately, we could do it again. So if you live in these areas, you need to be lowest level house. Do not go outside and try to watch it. Our people, do not go outside and watch it. It is dark. It is nighttime. You're not going to be able to see it coming. Again, the rotation gets stronger and stronger and stronger with this storm as it moves towards the northeast.
Yep. So before that, say it's going to be a tornado emergency for Jonesboro area here. Damaging tornado moving into Craighead County at this point. You need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately in this area here. So I cannot stress that enough, guys. You need to take your tornado precautions immediately in this area up here in Craighead County. This is moving straight into downtown Jonesboro. If you have anyone that has any plans, etc., you need to take your tornado precautions immediately here. Remember, get away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. Go ahead, Derek. What you got for me?
We now have a severe thunderstorm warning for the Little Rock Metro.
Yep.
And this is with a line of storm that is moving off towards the east here. It looks like to be about 60 miles an hour.
No, but yeah, 55 to 60 miles per hour. So that's going to be for Little Rock, Conway, Jacksonville, over towards the Mayflower area, towards Austin and Lonoke County. County, Roland, and Pulaski here. So tornado watch remains in effect till 11 o'clock here. So right now, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarters and about 0.75-inch hail with that storm here. No tornado potential with this storm, as a lot of storms is moving through the metro at this point. We got another severe thunderstorm warning up here in northwestern Arkansas. That's going to go for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail with that storm up here in northwestern Arkansas. We got another one down here in southwestern Arkansas. This is moving to the northeast at 60 miles per hour here. So you can see where the flow is right now. Due east, northeast. This one, due east, or southeast actually. This one's moving east, and this one is starting to move to the north and east. So you need to be taking your tornado precautions up here in the Jonesboro area. Watch these storms closely over the next couple of hours here. As so before, this is how our evening is going to be. It's going to be an active one here in Arkansas Weather Watches. We'll keep you guys informed. What do you got for me, Derek?
So once again, continuing just to get reports filtering in here to the weather center here.
Yeah.
Again, not saying anything, not seeing any more reports of damage yet. However, I do expect that to change here shortly as this moves into a very highly populated area. So now we do have reports of warnings going off in multiple areas now.
Yeah, and you can see, okay, so like I said before, that's what I was telling you guys with our new software here. So when you start seeing the darker red beginning to overtake the red box, that's what we mean about that damaging tornado potential here. So this is what we're talking about. You need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to you outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. I'm going to go ahead and put a track on this. This is a tornado vortex signature coming right over the Jonesboro area here at this point here. And folks, to answer your questions, if storms go over your area, it is not the end of your severe threat.
Nope.
I want to repeat that. If storms go over your area from now until 3 o'clock, that is not the end of your severe weather threat. This is going to continue through the overnight hours, so you might as well get used to it. It's going to continue throughout the overnight hours here. So right now, our focus is on this tornado warning. Okay, we have other forecasters, we have people posting on the page, etc., in terms of radar updates, etc. But our focus right now is for life and property, and that's the tornado warning at this point up here in Jonesboro here. So it's before this is moving to the northeast, 55 miles per hour. Jonesboro, you need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Not only Jonesboro, but Bay, Lake City, Highway 63 up here in Cricket County. You need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. As a matter of fact, right now, this one is actually, this tornado should be crossing right over Highway 49 at this point here. So we'll just have to watch it closely at this time here. Go ahead, Nick.
I want to say this. This might be some good news for the city of Jonesboro. This is starting to take a right turn.
Yep.
The bad news, right turns are bad.
You're talking Bay now. You're talking Lake City.
You're talking Caraway.
Right.
Okay, so that being said, do not let your guard down in Jonesboro. But I've noticed a definite eastward shift with the track of the tornado over the last 5 or 10 minutes. So with that being said, again, what that does is that shifts the stronger tornado potential. That means, yes, it's going to get stronger, but it's going to move over a less populated area. However, if you live in Truman, if you live in Bay, if you live in Lake City, you need to be in your tornado safe place, lowest level of your house, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible.
Right. So I've got the new track on that right here. So this is what I was telling you guys about. So this is just, I mean, you can't get any closer to Jonesboro than it is right now here. But still, Jonesboro, you're still in that tornado warning. And like Derek said before, all it takes is this thing to go back to the left, and it goes back into Jonesboro here. So this is what you deal with whenever you're trying to put tracks for tornadoes. They have them on their own. Okay, they have they'll go east or they'll go west. So you have to watch it very closely. So if you're in this warning right now, you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. If you're having any live stream problems, you may have to break away. It's a Facebook issue. You may have to break away from the live, and you may have to come back in. So that's why if it starts interrupting like that, it's a Facebook thing. We're not sure why it's doing that. But Bay, Lake City, Blackwood, Caraway, Leachville, and Molina up here in northeastern Arkansas. That is Craighead, northern Poinsett County, and western Mississippi County. Now, Acela over here in far eastern Mississippi County, close to the Mississippi River. This will stay right now. Right now, this should stay fairly to your northwest. But we will watch it very closely here at this point here. Oh boy. Oh boy. We're gonna have to watch that. That's that storm near that's the Central Arkansas one. I don't want to take anything away from the Jonesboro one, but that was very concerning here. So basically what we're talking about.
Our team that's watched this storm in Central Arkansas, it is starting to show signs of rotation. I'm not saying anything yet, just not the way of Jonesboro yet. But if you live between Mayflower and Maumelle and North Little Rock, there's going to be, at the worst, 60-mile-an-hour winds coming through town. However, I'm starting to get a little bit concerned of some rotation developing, which this will be more of a QLCS type of, so those brief, spin-up types. However, we have stayed long-track tornadoes out of those as well. We're going to have to watch it. No warning yet, but let's continue to watch it over the next few minutes.
Right. So that concerns the Central Arkansas one. If you have questions regarding that at this point here, so we're just, like I said before, we're fully aware of what's going on. Okay. Also, if you have any, if we mispronounce a name, you're probably just gonna have to get over it. Okay. I apologize it. Okay. But it's just human nature.
Okay,
so that's what we got at this point here. So what you got there?
Tornado watch has just been issued for Baxter, Boone, Carroll, Crawford, Franklin, Johnson, Logan, Madison, Marion, Newton, Polk, Scott, Saracen, Sebastian, Washington, 11 o'clock. That now includes the entire state of Arkansas, minus the southeastern corner of the state, is now under a watch.
Yep.
A tornado watch until 11 p.m. What that means is that conditions are favorable for tornadic development, which also means we're now going to have to be watching
Northwestern
the
Arkansas
entire state for the potential of tornadoes.
Yep.
So the good news is that we are watching this storm with a likely tornado on the ground tracking just south of Jonesboro.
Yep. So
Jonesboro, don't let your guard down yet.
Definitely.
That storm is tracking just south of Jonesboro right now.
Yeah. So as I said before, I know, and then this is going to be as close of a call as you can get to Jonesboro, but still, I wouldn't let your guard down in Jonesboro. They need to be taking their tornado precautions immediately here. But Lake City, all right, and then towards Mississippi County here, and then this is going to make a run for the Bootheel up here. So towards Blytheville up here in northern Mississippi County. We're going to have to watch this very closely over the next 20 to 30 minutes. Get away from windows, put as many ones from you outside as possible. Do not try to go outside and get the tornado. It's dark. You guys know we're in December. You're not going to be able to see that tornado coming. And also, it's moving at 50 to 60 miles per hour, so you're not going to have a lot of time to react either. So these storms are moving to the north and east at about 60 miles per hour. What do you got for me there?
So latest from the storm previous center as well, they have bumped the 5% all the way into Benton and Washington County there. So the entire state is basically in the 5% with the 10% and 15% across the eastern part of the state. So the entire state is now at risk for tornadoes throughout the evening hours. That means we are going to be here all night long as conditions warrant.
Definitely. All right. So, as I said before, we're just going to continue to monitor the situation very closely here. This is where the tornado warning is at this point. This is where our focus is going to be. We are fully aware we have other warnings across the natural state right now. But this is where our focus is going to be right here on this tornado warning. Until this tornado warning expires or goes away, we're not going to take our attention off of it at this point here. So if you need information, this is what the page is for. It's not limited to just the live streams. I told you guys this earlier. Do not base your information off the live streams. We have a full Facebook page full of information that you need to know regarding this event. But like Derek said before, 5% for the entire state now. Okay? 10% here and 15% in northeastern Arkansas. This is becoming a very active situation across much of Arkansas at this point. Go ahead, Derek. What do you got for me?
Just looking at the sounding from the, and this is a brand new sounding coming in.
Okay. There, I got some new information here. All right, so this is just as of now. This is now a PDS warning for Jonesboro. Okay. Tornado warning remains in effect till 7:30 for South Central Green, Craighead, and also North Central, Poinsettia, and Mississippi counties. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Greenfield or near Jonesboro, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation for Jonesboro. Take tornado precautions immediately. Damaging tornado. Weather spotters confirm tornado. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible with this tornado.
All right, folks. So you heard that. If you live in Jonesboro, you need to be in your safe place. Now, you need to be underground at this point. Folks, this is tracking very close to the 2020 tornado. It's within five miles of the track. Folks, if you are on the highway, if you have anybody out right now, they need to be in their safe place immediately. Another thing that I'm very concerned about is the new National Weather Service upper air soundings from both Memphis and Little Rock have shown an increasingly unstable atmosphere with very high shear.
Yep.
So these storms are going to be moving through out of West Arkansas into a very increasingly unstable environment. Folks, I don't want to say it yet, but this has the potential of one of those nights. We've not had one of those nights in quite some time. Do not let your guard down until this system is out of Arkansas.
Definitely. I fully agree.
Tornado on the ground just to the south, just at the south of Jonesboro. This is going to track very close to, if not into Jonesboro, any minute now.
Yeah, it's a PDS, and this is a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning up here in Jonesboro. So you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately here in this area. As I said before, we have radar playing at the bottom left corner of your screen here. So yeah, I got it going again. But that's what we got at this point here. So this is a tornado warning. I'm going to read this one more time to you guys. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Greenfield and near Jonesboro, moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. This is on the ground, guys. Do not wait for it. Don't go outside, try to look for anything like that. This is an extremely dangerous situation. Complete destruction is possible. I haven't seen wording like this in quite some time, and I've been here for almost 8 years. I haven't seen wording like this in quite some time, guys. This is very, very bad for Craighead County. You need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately in this area.
This is basically a April environment in December.
Definitely.
Is what we are calling it. So once again, also I do not want to take away from Jonesboro. Man, folks, if you live in Faulkner County, I would start thinking about taking your precautions there as well. Very messy mode, but it's starting to get that look as well.
Yeah, definitely.
So once again, it's not warned yet, but it could go warned at any point in time. But once again, the main threat continues to be for Jonesboro right now, imminent tornado just to the south of Jonesboro. We now have a donut hole on the radar. Which is which indicative of a very strong, damaging tornado.
This is just
on the ground.
This is just south of Jonesboro,
and it is going to cross right. It is going to
right over Highway 63, and then it's going to go towards Bay, and it's going to go towards Lake City in this area, Leechville, and then eventually Blytheville. You're on the extended track at this point, going into the Bootheel region. Folks, you can't get any worse than this. This is a confirmed large tornado here. And we may have a new warning coming out soon for Central Arkansas. I'm seeing rotation. I'm trying not to take anything away from the Jonesboro tornado because that's what we have right now. But we're looking at the Central Arkansas tornado as well. And, folks, it's not pretty. And we're getting a lot of reports of that rotation right there. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Gary, do me a favor, go back up to Northwest Arkansas. I'm trying to get a count of the entire warnings here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 warnings on the board right now. Northwestern Arkansas.
We have strengthening storms around Hot Springs right now. We got strengthening storms west of Fort Smith. The main cold front is still
tornado warning. Tornado warning. New tornado warning. Okay. For Central Arkansas now. Okay. All right. So this. Okay. So. Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead, dear. New tornado warning for Northwestern Lonoke County, Southeastern Faulkner County, Southwestern White County, Northeastern Pulaski County in this area. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Mayflower. 8 miles north of Maumelle, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. We now have a new tornado warning that is in this area at this point. This is going to go straight towards BB, Cabot. This should stay just to the south of Vernonia, but it's going to move right towards Cabot in the BB area. You need to take your tornado precautions immediately in this area. We have 2 tornado warnings ongoing right now, one in central Arkansas, one in northeastern Arkansas at this point. So what we're going to do, we're going to go back to Little Rock for just a little bit. The one in northeastern Arkansas, we're not taking anything away from you guys right now. I promise you, we're not taking a thing away from you guys. This is the track for that storm towards Bay, Lake City, Black Oak, Leechville, Hornetsville, Blytheville, Holland, Steele, and Cooter up here in northeastern Arkansas. Okay, tornado on the ground in Craighead County. Okay, we have a new warning that is in effect, and this goes for northern Pulaski County at this point. Okay, so this is staying away from downtown Little Rock. Okay, however, this is what we're watching very closely here at this point. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located on Mayflower, 8 miles north of Maumelle, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Hazard tornado source radar indicated rotation at this point. This includes highways between Interstate 40, between mile markers 132 and 140. Highway 67 between mile markers 18 and 26 in this area. Remember, take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. This is for just to the east of the Mayflower area at this time. This is the track. Mayflower is going over right now. Gardner is going to be around 735. Searcy, you need to watch this storm very closely here. It's going to be tracking towards you right around 740 at this point here. So we're going to zoom this out. Like I said before, we're not taking anything away from the Jonesboro tornado right now. But this is what we got at this point here. So this is a new tornado warning in this area here. All right, we're going to go over to our rotation indicator. Derek had to step out for just a minute. We had to call a family member. If you got to do that, call a family member. If you know anyone in these areas, they need to take their tornado precautions immediately. You need to be getting away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately. So this is just on the northern fringes of the Little Rock radar. I'm going to go back to our Little Rock radar for just a bit. And then we're going to talk about this, and then we're going to talk about that tornado warning up there in northeastern Arkansas. So right now, my advice to you, if you are under a tornado warning, take shelter immediately here. Do not wait for our call. Do not wait for us to cover it. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Those severe thunderstorm warnings, take your tornado precautions immediately in this area as well here. So tornado warning in effect for northern Pulaski County, northwestern Lone Oak, southeastern Faulkner, southwestern White counties in this area until 7:30 this evening. Remember, get away from windows, put as many walls to you and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. If you do not have a storm shelter, all right, if you don't have storm shelter, you're in a situation with no storm shelter, no underground basement, nothing like that. What I need you to do, and listen to me closely, you need to get away from the windows. You need to get away from the exterior walls. You need to get to the most center portion and the lower portion of your home. This could be a closet. This could be a bathroom. As long as it does not have windows, you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. If you do not have such of that, a center hallway, many walls between you and the outside as possible at this point here, guys. If you are on the road, I highly recommend stopping, finding a gas station, grocery store, local business. It could be a restaurant. Wherever you are, you need to stop where you are and you need to get into shelter immediately in this area. So this is the Conway area. This is BB. This is towards Cabot. This is in central Arkansas now. Not only this, but as I said before, we have that other tornado warning, Craighead County up here in Jonesboro. You need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately in this area as well. Get away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately. Confirm large extremely tornado near Greenfield, near Jonesboro, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour here in this area here. So this is moving out of Faulkner County. This is going to be moving into northwestern portions of Lone Oak, and then it's going to make a run for White County. In White County, you were just under a warning not only like 20 to 30 minutes ago. So you now have a watching news story.
Cameron, we are back here with you again. Sorry about that. We had a little bit of an of an overload issue on Facebook. We don't know what happened, but we are back live once again. Again, we want to continue this. Again, we have multiple tornado warnings in effect. We have a very dangerous storm on the ground here just to the north of Lake City. Here in Jonesboro, here just to the east of Jonesboro. It is on the ground and very, very strong, moving right in between Brooklyn and Lake City. This is going to move off. If you live in Cardwell, if you live in Leachville, if you live in Manila, you need to be in your safe place now. Lowest level of your house, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Now, if you live in Conway, you're in the clear for now. That storm is off towards your southeast. However, if you live in Cabot, if you live in Austin, if you live in Moore, you need to be taking your tornado precautions now. Lowest level of your house, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, this storm has crossed Lake Conway already. It is moving off towards the northeast here. You're at about roughly 55 to 60 miles an hour. Now, we have another area of rotation just to the north of Searcy as well. This is also pushing off towards the northeast here at about roughly 55 to 60 miles an hour.
There it is, right there. So that's going to be a thunderstorm warning with that one. This one may go to a warning as well. So that's still for folks. It's a very active evening. We told you this during the live stream that this was going to be a very active evening, and this is what we got at this point. You need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Do not wait for us to go over a certain warning. You need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately in this area. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately in these areas here. Go ahead, dear. What do you got for me at this point?
So we do have North Little Rock. You are not in the warning.
Yep.
This is just the north. This is up towards Cato, up towards Cabot, and this is up towards Ward.
New tornado warning. New tornado warning. We just got a new tornado warning.
Okay, so the one for Central Arkansas, so the one for the Black's County, Lono County area has been dropped.
Yep.
But we have a new one just to the north of it.
Okay, so we got a new tornado warning, Northwestern Woodruff, South Central Independence counties in North Central Arkansas, Southwestern Jackson, Southeastern Claiborne County, and Northern White County until 7:45. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Crosby or 7 miles northwest of Searcy, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Take your tornado precautions immediately in this area. This is a new tornado warning in this area. So we're going to go ahead and zoom to this warning real quickly and show you guys what we mean. So near Pangbert, once again, Baldnall, Bradford, Highway 67, once again, in this area, northeast Arkansas, you're now back under the warning. So you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, get to the lowest area of your home immediately. All right.
And also, we have not forgotten about you folks over here in northeast Arkansas, folks. Again, if you live in Lake City, this is moving off toward the northeast. This is going to pass towards right into the towns of Monette and Leachville here very shortly. If you live in Manila, you need to take your tornado precautions. Lowest level of your house, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, this is going to track off toward the northeast here at about 55 to 60 mile an hour. Also, for the storm down in White County, this is going to track back over the same areas that just got hit a little bit ago.
Yep.
We're also watching the storm
around
Garland County as well. That one has a tornado possible as well. So once again, we have multiple warnings in effect right now. And again, just because a storm has passed through does not mean your threat is over. Look in the left-hand corner of your screen. The stuff in northwest Arkansas. That has to come through before the warning is over with. And before the threat is over with. You folks in the southeast corner of the state, your threat is not over yet.
And all my warning system is coming back online too. So I think what happened was kind of combination between the storm passing over Pulaski County and our software kind of having some overload issues here. But we are back online. We are good to go. Know anybody in Arkansas right now that needs coverage and they're not getting it, send them here. That's what we're here for. So I'm going to go over the list of everybody that's under either a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning. Okay, Northeastern Arkansas, I'm going to start you guys there. Jonesboro, you are officially in the clear. It did pass Jonesboro. We've gotten some eerie footage of the tornado that was just south of Jonesboro right now. Okay, so we've gotten some eerie footage from there. All right, so tornado warning still continues. It is still on the ground. Damage threat considerable up here in Mississippi County. So remains in effect for southeastern Greene, northeastern Craighead, northwestern Mississippi, southwestern Dunkland County, and southwestern Mississippi to Bootheel, and northeastern Arkansas. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Lake City, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour.
Oh
PDS tornado warning for that area here. Yeah, and we have twins. And we have twins. And we have twins up there with this storm.
So we have twins on the ground in northeast Arkansas right
twins.
now. Folks, we have twin tornadoes on the ground in northeast Arkansas. Kevin, you need to be taking your...
New warning. We got a new warning in northwestern Arkansas.
This is in Fayetteville. Folks,
that's a Fayetteville.
If you are on the U of A campus now, you need to be taking your tornado precautions.
We may be looking at a big...
Lowest level of your house, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, this is in northwest Arkansas. We just mentioned this possibility that northwest Arkansas was going to see some threat as the risk has increased throughout the afternoon. That's exactly what we were afraid of and exactly what we forecasted throughout the course of the day. So once again, now this ain't the only one. We're also watching one down around Hot Spring. This is going to move. This is going to track into Saline County and then into Pulaski County.
That one's fixing to go Warren. This one, the one, the Garland and the Saline one, it's not that one may fixing to go toward Warren here in a bit. I'm getting vortex signature
so once
on
again,
that one.
We have multiple warnings and effects, folks. This is not. I'm going to say it. This is turning into a severe weather outbreak across the state. Again, this is why we said exactly what we said. So once again, tornado warning. Multiple tornadoes in northeast Arkansas. Multiple warnings in central and northwest Arkansas. Again, folks, this is turning into a very dangerous situation. And not only in Arkansas, Missouri, Mississippi, Tennessee, Kentucky, Illinois, Iowa are all seeing this event tonight. This is one of those events that we warned you about in our winter outlook that we said we could see towards the end of the fall. And unfortunately, that forecast has come to a fruition. So once again, the first storm that we've been tracking. Another thing I want to mention about the storm in Jonesboro area. This started in the metro. That storm started in the metro at around 3:30. It is now 7:30. 4 hours, it has been a supercell. And it is tracked toward the northeast. That one's about to move into Missouri soon. But once again, if you live in Leachfield and live in Manila, you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. Blytheville, same goes for you. Now, if you live in Pangburn and Latona, if you live in Cabot, if you live in Saline County, don't want to take your tornado precautions.
That Cabot one right there, that's got some really strong rotation at this point here. Newest scan, not as impressive with it, but it's still there with that Cabot storm here. Those in Conway, you're here. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do for tonight until we get this front through. You are in the quote unquote clear. Does not mean let your guard down. Severe weather is going to continue. You may have tonight. You may have tornado warning after tornado warning after tornado warning after tornado warning in this area. Okay, so we're gonna put people in the quote unquote clear. That's what we mean by that. You are not officially done with severe weather until we get this front through later on. I see it. That's the one up there in northeastern Arkansas.
Let's go back to that one in northeast Arkansas really fast. Again, folks, we have not forgotten about you folks in central Arkansas. If you live in Monette, this thing is on the ground and it's wide. It is very, very wide. I'm starting to get multiple reports of chasers are starting to report a very, very wide tornado.
And they said before, the reason why the radar, and this is not a software issue at all. I promise you, this is not a software issue in this point. But this is why both our warning systems right here are black because this is a tornado emergency up here.
Let's go to our gate-to-gate shear.
Yeah.
On that gate-to-gate shear is showing just under 200-mile-an-hour winds.
Good Lord.
In northeast Arkansas. Let's go to our gate-to-gate shear.
Yeah, I'm pulling.
Man.
Oh man.
Folks, if you
oh
live in
no.
Leachville, you need to be underground. I'm going to go on and say this. You need to be Wedge.
That's a wedge.
Tornado. Okay, this is a brand new end.
That's moving towards Leachville.
Yeah, this is brand new into the weather center. Wedge Tornado on the ground, 3 miles to the north of Monette, and this is moving toward Leachville, 60 miles an hour. Folks, you need to be underground.
You need to be on the ground. You need to be on the ground with this one. This one is a life or death situation up here. So,
right, as much as I want to focus on multiple storms, Cameron, let's focus on this one right now. This is about to move out of our warning area. This is about to move into Missouri. However, if you live in Hornersville, Missouri, you need to be taking your precautions underground right now. No ifs, ands, or buts. Do not try to go out and see it, folks. This is a very dangerous situation, and I'm very concerned.
This is getting bad.
I'm very concerned.
This is starting to break our radar software now. We're starting to break the scales of our radar software. That's how bad this has become. This is a major tornado up here in northeastern Arkansas. So, folks, you need to be on the ground. Like this is not a situation where you need to be outside looking for the tornado. You need to be on the ground. You know anyone in Leachville? I know this is kind of a rural area up here in northeast Arkansas, but if you know anyone that's west of Blytheville going into the Bootheel region, you need to be underground at this point. This is a life or death situation.
Okay, Cameron, we have a brand new warning coming in to the weather center. This goes out for Prairie County, Lonoke County, White County, Northeastern, Platte County. This does not include Jacksonville. It does include Cabot, Dee, Searcy, Georgetown, and
Man, there it is. Yep.
So once again, this is a tornado warning that has been issued here. This goes until 8:15 p.m. on this Friday.
Yeah, there's another Sunday.
I want to mention Friday, December 10th, 2021. Again, this is December, folks. This is not April or May. This is December. This is exactly what we meant when we said you can get severe weather in the fall and the winter months.
Yep, exactly. So this is what we got at this point, folks. Okay. And so before, you're going to have to be patient with us, especially when we're starting to get multiple warnings like this. We've been in this situation.
Tornado has also been reported with the storm in Fayetteville as well.
Yeah, confirmed tornado in northwestern Arkansas now. So confirmed wedge in northwestern Arkansas.
Not a wedge, but
this is a tornado. Yeah. Been confirmed? Okay.
That one's going to pass just to the south of Fayetteville. It's going to pass in between Prairie Grove and West Fork.
Gotcha.
So once again, folks, if you live in Mena, we're watching developing storms to the west of Mena now. If you live in Greenwood, developing storms in Oklahoma as well. Now we have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning.
Yep.
That does include. It does not include a tornado with it, but it does include 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch hail that is going to be moving into the metro area.
Yep.
What is my concern with that track, Cameron? Is another very similar track.
I see that.
And the atmosphere has not been worked over at all. These storms are moving so fast, they're not having time to work over the atmosphere.
2014 fives with that one, with that storm, that track. We're going to watch it closely. Right now, as Derek said before, severe thunderstorm warning. However, this storm has been showing signs of rotation. This is coming out of Garland County. Folks, said before, you need to be taking your tornado precautions. Guys, and I know we're getting a lot of questions about talk about this warning. Folks, if you are under a warning right now, don't wait for us to go over it.
Tornado emergency has been issued from Monette and Leachville
up there in northeastern Arkansas.
Debris has been lofted 2,800 feet.
Good Lord.
Now. Folks, if you live in Leachville, you need to be underground.
No.
You need to be underground, folks. This took a direct hit on the town of Monette.
Yeah.
So, folks, again, this is a situation where you have multiple warnings across the state, and unfortunately, our shear values are going up right now.
Yeah.
Our shear values are going up as we head into the next few hours. Between now and 1 a.m. is when the worst of this is going to be. We have a long way to go, folks. This is we are going to be here with you all night long if needed. So once again, not only do you have tornado threat, you have damaging wind of 60 to 80 miles an hour. You also have the potential of hail with these storms. Again, multiple warnings in effect, folks. This is a severe weather outbreak for the national state this evening. So once again, if you live in Leachville, you need to be in your tornado safe place now. Lowest level of your house, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible.
Yep.
They have now issued a tornado emergency for the town of Blytheville.
Yep. That's what we got at this point here, guys. So the Cabot tornado warning is kind of adjusted for that one. This one is going to move out towards northeast here at about 50 miles per hour here. This is moving away from Cabot. So Cabot, hang on to your shoulders just a little bit longer. Stay where you are for about a good 10 more minutes, and then they'll start moving away. Seriously, remain where you are. Desert, remain where you are. Just moving north of Lonoke County, just moving north of Lonoke County, north of Perry County, coming into White County at this point. This is going to make a run for Woodruff County, Woodruff County at this point here. So we're going to have to watch this situation very, very closely here. But a tornado warning still remains in effect until 8:15 in this area. Severe thunderstorm Kipper producing a tornado. Located in your Cabot, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. To take you back to the ongoing situation up here in northeastern Arkansas. Very, very deadly situation going on up here in northeastern Arkansas. This is now a tornado emergency for Blytheville. Particularly dangerous situation. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is over Leachville, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Leachville has taken a direct hit from that storm. They have taken a direct hit from that storm. This is moving northeast at about 50 miles per hour here. So, like I said before, do not get discouraged when a storm goes over your area. We are still being destabilized until we get this front through. And I'm going to drive it to a lot of people. Until we get this front through, our severe threat is going to continue all night long. Okay? So stay on guard at this point here. Go ahead, Dick.
Let's go look at our debris signature with that storm. Very, very large debris signature with that storm.
Yeah.
Again, this is a tornado emergency.
Yeah, and folks,
for our folks in Leachville, for our folks in Blytheville.
Yeah.
I mean, folks, you need to be underground with this storm. I'm very concerned about some of the reports where we are getting ready to get out of northeast Arkansas. Again, if a storm passes you, you're not done yet.
Oh boy.
As Cameron mentioned, if it passes over you, you are not done yet. Again, this is showing the potential of maybe two separate tours on the ground, both moving to the northeast of Leachville. This is going to move into Missouri very, very shortly. What concerns me is that it's to the northwest of Blytheville. If you live in Gosnell, you need to be taking your precautions just in case this does in fact make a right turn. I think it's going to stay just off towards the northeast, but it could turn right at the last minute because once you deal with this strong of a tornado, it tends to do very, very, very strange things. I have been chasing for 15 plus years. I've seen these things do crazy things when they get this strong.
Yep.
And this just shows the atmosphere that we have across the state this evening. We have tornado warnings from the northwest corner to the northeast corner to central Arkansas. This is not over yet by any means. Now we're watching storms coming out of southwest Arkansas. Folks, we have to batten down the hatches because this is going to be a long evening ahead. But we will be here all night long.
Right, and what I'm trying to do at this point here, I'm going to attempt to try to pull up some rotation tracks of this storm here in northeast Arkansas. And as I said before, I'm not taking anything away from elsewhere across the natural state at this time here. Folks, like I said before, we're going to drive this home. If you are under a warning, do not wait for us to go over it, okay? If a tornado warning goes off on your phone, that's why I stressed so much in the live stream earlier that have your alerts on your phone. If you have an alert go off on your phone, you need to seek shelter immediately. Jonesboro is in the clear. This is moving out of Craighead County, going into Mississippi County at this point. You need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to you outside as possible, get to the lowest area of your home immediately in this area. What you got for me there? Okay. I'm going back to central Arkansas.
So I have some bad news for Central Arkansas. SBC has now highlighted the I-30 corridor for the potential of a developing tornado threat within the dominant storm within the next few hours. So this does include places like Texarkana, Hot Springs, Arkadelphia,
Bingo.
Malvern, Benton, Bryant, Little Rock, Lone Oak, and unfortunately for our folks around Jonesboro, sheer values across this part of the state are over 300 M2S2 right now, which basically means we have very strong low-level shear in place across the state. Folks, this is about as worse of a wintertime threat as you could possibly get.
Yep. So that's what we got at this point here. And so I'm not trying to take anything away. And I know we haven't talked a lot about Northwestern Arkansas here. So Central Arkansas right now, Cabot, this is moving off towards Northeastern. So this is the track right here, okay? So if you need information, don't pay attention to just the live stream either. We have information at the bottom left corner of your screen of all the warnings going on at this point. Do not wait for us to go over it. I know a lot of people are wondering about their certain cities or certain areas this, certain areas there. If an alert goes off, don't wait on us. Take shelter immediately. We cannot stress that enough. We do not have the time right now to go over certain questions. This is not a Q&A session. This is a tornado live coverage for you at this point here. So if you have those questions, if you need that information, take a look at the page. But right now, this is what we have at this point here. A major event going on in Arkansas, and it is far from over at this point here. What do you got for me there?
Getting multiple damage reports coming out of Monette and the Leachville area. Getting reports of multiple structure damage up there. Of course, we will get a lot more as we go along here. Also now starting to get reports of damage coming out of these severe thunderstorms across parts of southwest Arkansas as well. So I want to go over every single one. Let's zoom out to our statewide view. Is that a brand new warning that just went out for the Jacksonville?
No, that warning's been there. I think
the southern one.
The southern one has been out since 7/29. So those are two. Those have been there for a little bit, and you have to remember. Don't forget the tornado warning up here in northwestern Arkansas either. So that's going to be for Washington County. It's going to expire right around 8 o'clock. So Thunderstorms Kipper producing a tornado near Perry Grove. Moving northeast at 50 miles per hour here. And folks, we're going to zoom this out and show you exactly what we're talking about here. So Derek, go ahead. I'm going to let you take over for just a little.
All right. All right. So once again, I want to go over because this one may have gotten overlooked. If you live in Jacksonville, you need to take your tornado precautions, especially Jacksonville, Cabot, over towards the Desert area. As a matter of fact, that is a new warning. It's to the south of the one in White County.
Gotcha.
So that one just got issued.
Okay.
So once again, if you live in Jacksonville, this is north of
Okay. I just got it. Go ahead.
All right. So once again, this is Jacksonville, Cabot areas to the south of the current warning in White County. So Cabot, you're under two warnings right now. Jacksonville, also Little Rock Metro. We need to start watching the storm to our west as well, and to our southwest. As these continue to push off towards the north and east, we're going to start watching this threat get a little bit more damaging as we go along here.
Definitely. So let me go ahead and then zoom this out and show you guys what we mean at this point here. So this is the region-wide area, okay? To kind of look at everything from a state perspective. That way we can tackle everybody's questions, etc., all at one point, okay? We have a new warning here, okay? So these warnings are coming out left and right. We have that one in severe thunderstorm warning down in southwest Arkansas. We have the tornado warning in northwest, tornado warning northeast, tornado warning in central Arkansas. The only areas right now that are not seeing anything, and which concerns me for later tonight, is southeast Arkansas. This area has not seen anything all evening long. So this atmosphere down here in southeast Arkansas remains untouched. We will have to touch base on that later tonight with the front. We have more storms coming out from Oklahoma, coming out from Oklahoma and coming into Arkansas here. So we'll have to watch the situation closely.
That concerns me as well. Well, we have state championship games going on at War Memorial Stadium right now. They are currently in a weather
delay.
Yeah, there. Folks, if you are at War Memorial Stadium right now, I would advise trying to seek shelter because these storms are coming into the metro, and they are trying. Keyword here is trying to rotate a little bit, especially to the northeast of the metro. Again, again, this is a situation where we are now going to start transferring our coverage from Northeast Arkansas down into Central Arkansas. Folks, if you live in Mississippi County, that storm is about to cross over the state line. Leachville took a direct hit. So I want to reiterate that. Leachville took a direct hit, and Monette took a direct hit. This is moving towards Caruthersville, Missouri. If you have family that lives in Caruthersville, Missouri, they need to be getting underground. This is a long track, long-lived supercell, and a long track, long-lived tornado. Also, to note, we also are getting reports of no power now coming out of Austin, coming out of Cabot. So again, folks, this is very concerning to me. Cameron, let's zoom in on the Cabot one.
Yep.
Because these storms have separated themselves.
Yep.
And this is starting to become a bigger concern. This is what we talk about right movers. Right movers tend to produce, in this environment, tend to produce a tornado with little or no warning. Now, with that being said, with these starting to move right and move east, that means they're going to affect more areas and have the potential to produce even more severe weather as we go throughout the next couple of hours. What that means also is that we need to start watching storms in the metro to the west of the metro now as well.
Yep. So as I said before, Derek explained it right to a T, folks. This is what we got going at this point. Northeast Arkansas, we're watching that storm very closely. This is moving out of our coverage area now. So this is going to start moving into the Bootheel region of Missouri and into northwestern Tennessee. Okay, I'm going to touch base on the one up here in northwestern Arkansas because I know we've been kind of central in northeastern Arkansas. I don't want to forget about you guys up here in northwest Arkansas. The tornado warning continues up in this area from Perry Grove, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour up here in central Washington County. Keep this in mind, and I talked about this in the video earlier. This area now is under 5%, but this morning it was a 0%. There was no tornado threat in northwestern Arkansas. I told you guys even at some point, I told you guys not even to worry about it in northwestern Arkansas. This is how quickly the weather can change. Okay, this is why we tell you guys to stay with us with updates, because that's what we have going at this current time here. Cersei, if you're under a warning right now, you need to be taking your tornado precautions meeting here. Do not be outdoors, regardless if it's a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning. You need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately here. But we're trying to touch base on every part of the state, so you're going to have to be patient. And the number one thing I'm going to stress, if you cannot be patient, this is not going to be the live stream for you. Just being blunt, straight up. Okay? So this is the tornado warning right now. This is moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. We have a significant severe weather outbreak. I guess you can call it an outbreak now since we've had a tornado on the ground in northeastern Arkansas. A significant severe weather outbreak. I told you guys that we had that potential, and we're seeing that to a T across northwestern Arkansas and all across Arkansas at this point. Cersei, you are under that tornado warning. You need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. Derek, what do you got for me over there?
All right. So once again, this storm has moved out, folks. If you live in the Blytheville area, this storm is going to move off towards the north, towards your northeast. That one has moved out. We now have so now I want to turn our attention. So the folks in Fayetteville and northwest Arkansas, those storms have weakened for now. So let's turn our attention to central Arkansas. Because this is a situation where we've seen these storms go severe, and then they quickly go tornado warning. So once again, I want to mention this. So we have damage wind and large hail coming into the metro right now. So once again, also getting reports as well from the Pulaski County Sheriff's Office of visible rotation and a lowering around Gravel Ridge as this moves just between Jacksonville and Cabot.
Yep, and that was. Yeah, and as said before, we've got storms moving over to Metro right now and coming over to Weather Center here. So quite the lightning show out there in the Weather Center at this point here and right around Little Rock here. And I do feel what a lot of people are talking about, the cooler air coming in behind these storms. However, we're still in the warm center. And this is something that you don't see in December. It's something you see in May. After a storm has passed, then you're going to start seeing destabilization continue to occur. So you may see more storms develop until you get that dry line, the cold front through late tonight. This is going to be the result over the next couple of hours here. So this is what we talk to you guys about all the time here. So track for the one up here in White County, Thursday. Same area from earlier. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to watch this one closely. This one, unfortunately, moving towards the same area that literally just got through dealing with a tornado warning earlier. So this is moving from Searcy up into Augusta. Then it's going to make its way for Kensett, right, and then towards Patterson, and then towards Tubo.
Take cover now. Cabot, yep. Take cover now. Possible tornado has been not reported, but developing. This is going to be near Cabot.
Yep.
So once again, if you live in Cabot, take your tornado precautions now. Lowest level of your house, away from windows, and keep yourself away from any outside portion of your house. Once again, we have multiple different storms ongoing right now. We have multiple different areas of rotation that we are watching. We have, any storm that moves through has the potential to produce a tornado. Let's zoom in on the Mobile area now as well.
Yep.
I'm starting to show a little bit of rotation.
This
just
is right.
over the 430 and 40 split there.
Yep.
And this is going to track towards Sherwood and Sylvan Hills. So if you live in Sherwood and Sylvan Hills, it's not warned yet. It's a super dusty warning. Go on and take your tornado precautions now. Lowest level of your house, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This is very close to our radar site, so therefore we're going to have to watch it. We have another warning has just come out. This one is for Newport, Tuckerman. Yep. Again, Pleasant Plains. Again, this is the night where we're going to have storms over the same area.
And that one
over again.
And that one right there is headed once again, Jonesboro, back in the line of fire. Okay, so we'll need you guys, new warning here. Okay, so National Weather Service in Little Rock has issued a tornado warning for Southeastern Independence County, Northern Jackson County, Eastern Arkansas, and North Central White County in Central Arkansas. Until 8:30, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Pleasant Plains, or just 16 miles west of Newport, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So this goes for the following areas: Newport, Tuckerman, Newark, Grubbs, Jacksonport, Campbell Station, Denmark, Rosie, and also Max. This also includes Highway 67 up here towards mile markers 78 and 101 in this area. Take your tornado precautions immediately in this area. And Jonesboro, you are back in the line of fire. My advice to you, go back and take your tornado precautions immediately. You have a tornado warning just to your southwest. Go ahead, Derek.
Yeah. So once again, folks, now I want to reiterate this. Little Rock Metro, when this comes through, we're not done. We have more coming out of Southwest Arkansas. So we're not done by any means. We still, like Cameron mentioned, like we have said, we are continuing coverage all night long if we have to. Also getting reports from our chasers out of Monette now of just complete utter destruction up in Monette right now. Leveled buildings are leveled. So again, we just have this is turning into a very significant event.
Definitely.
This evening, more than we thought it was going to be, but we knew when moderate risk came out, we thought it might be.
And I was gonna say the majority of this, and I can actually show you that graphically real quickly here. So this is why I tell you guys not to just pay attention to the 15. Okay, this is your current risk. There's your moderate risk up here. So you've had the moderate risk right now. If it stands to this at this point, you've had a moderate risk verification. Yeah. A big significant tornado. And going through Mississippi County up there during the moderate risk. So you've had the moderate risk verified. Your enhanced risk now, okay? You've got the enhanced risk seeing tornado warnings. Jonesboro, you need to go back to your tornado precautions immediately. We're getting a lot of reports of power outages. Derek, if you do me a favor over here,
right.
Can you...
west of BB, we have potential...
power outage, power flash.
Tornado on the ground, potentially. This is to the west of BB.
Yeah, that's the storm right here. So you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately in this area here. Gardner towards West Point, towards Augusta, towards Patterson, Tupelo, and then Weldon. Same areas. We just got through telling you guys about this. The same areas. You need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. Morrilton, Russellville, you're perfectly okay. at this point here. Guys, if you have questions and you're not involved in the warning, my advice to you, unless you have a family member or a friend, this is not going to be the live stream for you. We're under a lot of pressure right now trying to get all the warnings out here. So if you're not impacted,
we're getting multiple reports of power outages from Searcy to BB to Cabot to Jacksonville. Also now getting reports of a developing tornado just in southwest Newport as well.
Yep, that one's going to head right for Jonesboro. Then that one, the Jonesboro got lucky with the take that back. Not lucky, blessed. They got blessed by not seeing that tornado the first hand. Now they're back under the gun once again with another supercell that could potentially produce a tornado going right over Newport at this point.
So I'm getting reports now on emergency management has requested that civilians stay clear of the Monette and Leachville area so the first responders can work. So we have a very potentially deadly situation right now that is starting to develop. So once again, we have multiple warnings in effect across the state right now. Again, this is now targeting central and also targeting northeast Arkansas. Southwest Arkansas, we've not forgotten about you. Only severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Our main focus right now is the tornado threat that has developed. We now are also, for our folks who maybe have folks in Branson, there's been a tornado reported there as well.
We're fixing to have a new warning that may be going out and down there in southwest Arkansas now. One of our forecasters has seen rotation with that storm here down near Nashville. We're going to have to watch that storm very closely. There's news that's going to take Jones Metro once again. So, like I said before, you're going to get repeating severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings. My advice to you, if you're not under a warning and it's not affecting you or you're not affecting anyone you know, my advice to you, this is not going to be the live stream for you, okay? This is for folks that are impacted by the tornado warning or no family and friends in this tornado warning, guys. We do not have time to go through certain areas, etc. If you're under a tornado warning right now, you need to seek shelter immediately here, okay? So we do not issue any warnings. Let's clear that out in the air right now. We do not issue any warnings. It's strictly coming from the National Weather Service. Our job is to report it to you guys. We're not issuing a thing. This is Little Rock. This is National Weather Service in Little Rock. So I want to clear that off in the air right now. All right? 3 tornado warnings at this point here. 4, actually, as a matter of fact, 4 up here in northwestern Arkansas. All right? Take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately if you are under a tornado warning right now. That will go for Searcy, Cabot, Jonesboro, Newport, Newark. You need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately in this area. Go ahead, Darren. What you got for me over there?
So we have rotation passing over Jackson. So let's zoom in. Let's start from the north and go down.
Okay, so we're gonna start here.
Well, that one expired. That one is old.
That's okay.
So we need to
yeah, that one's gonna be updated shortly.
So let's start in Newport and
Okay.
go down. So basically, right now, these are our 3 areas of concern. First off, in Newport, this one is developing, and it is going and moving off towards the northeast 60 miles an hour. This is going to track Newport, Tuckerman, Swifton, Groves, same areas that just got hit by a tornado just an hour ago. And Jonesboro, this is your first alert. Watch this storm closely as it moves towards you. That's going down Highway 167. This is the Tornado Alley of Arkansas right here.
Yep.
Folks, if you are east of Searcy, east of BB, this one is moving in between Higginson and Griffithville. This is moving off towards northeast here at about 60 miles an hour. That's going to track toward Augusta, Tupelo, again, McCrory, again. The same areas that just dealt with this just a little bit ago, we're going to be dealing with it once again. Let's go on down now. A little bit weaker area of rotation, but again, these storms can produce with little or no warning. Cabot, Jacksonville, northern Lonoke County, northwest Prairie County. This is moving off towards the east. These are the storms you have to watch for because what they do is tap into those southeast winds and create a localized area of rotation. Not seeing anything significant with it, but again, that could change at any point in time. Now, for our folks in the metro, this is just a super thunderstorm warning. The good thing is there seems to be just enough of inversion in place that is inhibiting rotation over the metro right now. That being said, we got to get this through. We're going to have a period of warm-up again ahead of the storms coming out of southwest Arkansas. When the first round went through Little Rock, we cooled down. Again, once that passed, we warmed right back up. This is a very unstable atmosphere and will continue to be for a few more hours.
Yep.
And then let's go on down to southwest Arkansas as well. We have not forgotten about you. Again, this is a storm coming out of southwest Arkansas. And you see its trajectory. It's going to take it northeast into central Arkansas. This one may track just south of the metro. Folks like Arkadelphia, Malvern, Sheridan, you need to watch this storm as it pulls out of southwest Arkansas and moves into the central Arkansas here in about an hour or so.
Right. All right, so as I said before here, guys, this is what we got going at this point. I know we're getting a lot of people in messaging us, etc. Guys, we are in full severe weather mode right now. I'm going to stress this one more time to everybody. We're in full severe weather mode. There's going to be delays in your questions and your answer, okay? If you do not have the patience, this is not going to be for you, okay? So right now, what I need everyone to do, if you're under a warning, a tornado warning, you need to be in shelter immediately. You need to get away from windows. You need to put as many ones to unity outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately. If that's not available to you, get to the more lower and center portion of your home. We're talking a closet, a bathroom, etc. Take a helmet with you if you're under a tornado warning as well. But the number one thing I want to stress right now, especially when we have events this big, is everybody wants their questions answered. And we can't do that. We don't have the manpower to do that all at once at a fast rate. Okay? So you got to be patient with us. You got to stick with us, guys. We will get to you as quick as we can. All right?
I'm
What do you got?
concerned. There's a storm. I'm trying to pull it up. Cam, let's zoom in on the metro, please.
Okay.
There's a storm to the southwest of the metro. Let's go to our reflectivity.
Yep.
Let's look at the southwest corner there. The inflow notch, that is going to be coming right into the downtown. Folks, this could affect us here at the Weather Center. So once again, this storm is moving into the metro right now. It's pulling off towards the northeast. This is a concern because this is where we start watching for the possibility of these affecting metro areas. Again, no warning yet on this storm. If you live in Little Rock, you need to start thinking about taking your tornado precaution. Let's go to our velocity view on it just to see if there's any rotation
and like
on this storm.
Yeah, we're not taking anything away from the current tornado warnings either. I want to stress that.
We do have a little bit of rotation on this storm, so we're going to watch it as well. All right, so let's zoom back out again.
Yep.
Okay, so we have a wide range here of warnings ongoing right now, folks. This is a very dangerous situation.
There we go. So that's it for that's the storms coming over. So I want to stress at this point, if we lose coverage, we will be back here. Okay, we're going to be here throughout this entire event. All right. We have areas that we can go to in case something goes up. We always have a backup. Okay, but we're going to rock. We're going to continue to keep you guys informed on this. So Jonesboro right now, the track with this storm. All right, that's going to take it to the north and east at this point here. So Jonesboro, you have right around 40 minutes to watch this storm closely. Still exhibiting a good amount of rotation. Newport, you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately in this area. All right. Same thing goes for down here in Searcy. I know a lot of people are asking about the Searcy area, the BB area. Like Darius said, this is our tornado alley here in Arkansas. All right. This goes for locations to Searcy, BB, Bald Knob, to Dutson, towards West Point, towards Walker, towards Plainview and White County in this area. This goes until 8:15 this evening. The other tornado warning down here goes until 8:15 as well. So these two warnings have about 10 to 15 minutes left on them, and they're not going to expire. We're going to watch that situation very closely here. But that was we're getting a lot of
A nursing home in Monette took a direct hit. Multiple people trapped. So this is just getting okay. So we are now getting reports. This is National Weather Service in Little Rock has transferred service over to the National Weather Service in Tulsa. 70 to 80 mile an hour winds are moving into the metro. Little Rock, take over right now. This is a dangerous situation. 70 to 80 mile an hour winds are now being reported
Right here.
I'm also getting concerned for the downtown area as well. The storm just to our southwest is showing so it's starting to increase in rotation as it moves into the metro. Again, this is moving into a very favorable environment.
Yep. So that's
we at the Weather Center. We are here. We are live. We are going to stay live. If a warning does get issued, you will hear the siren go off, but we will stay live. I think it's going to pass just to the south of the Weather Center, but we're going to watch it close. Again, no tornado warning yet, but 70 to 80 mile an hour winds have been seen at the National Weather Service in North Little Rock.
Yep. So that's going to be up here. So that's what the storm's coming over at right now. So 2 tornado warnings still remains in effect. This tornado warning up here goes for the ones down here.
Okay.
The 2 down here for Surstein and the Cabot, and then we got the 1 up here in Newport going towards Jonesboro area here. So we'll have to watch this situation closely here. The tornado warning for north central White County has been allowed to be canceled. However, the tornado warning for southeastern Independence and northeastern Jackson County continues until 8:30 this evening. So Thunderstorm Cape River District tornado is located near Jacksonport or 7 miles west of Newport, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour here. So there's now a new warning. By the way, there's a new warning on this now. Let me go ahead and read to you guys this real quickly here. So, National Weather Service in Little Rock. I know our Facebook's probably getting blown up with warnings right now here, but National Weather Service in Little Rock has issued a tornado warning for northern Woodruff County in eastern Arkansas, southern Jackson County, and northeastern White County until 8:45. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Bald Knob, or 8 miles west of Augusta, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Hazard tornado source radar indicated rotation here. This includes Highway 67 between mile markers 54 and 83 in this area. This is headed straight back into Poinsetta and back into Craighead County. Jonesboro, you need to be getting ready to take your tornado precautions.
If you have anybody doing search and rescue areas around the Jonesboro area up towards Monette, you need to call them and let them know that we have another round of supercells with tornadoes developing to the west of Jonesboro that will be there in about an hour.
Yep.
So once again, folks, this is worst case scenario type of situation that we could have seen for the eastern half of the state. We preach eastern half time and time again.
Okay, we're gonna have to watch that one.
That's coming over the metro.
That's coming over the metro right now. We're gonna have to watch that. All right, so I'm knocking on wood on this. Do not be surprised if we have temporary issues here. This is coming right over the weather center here, folks. So that's the area of rotation here. I would not be shocked, Derek, if we had a tornado warning coming out for this. So that's coming, and this is for the metro. So Little Rock, I would go ahead and take your tornado precautions immediately here. I would go ahead and
let's leave our radar up. We are going to potentially have to go and take cover.
Yeah.
Here in just a minute, we're going to leave our radar up. Again, folks, tornado warning has not been issued on this storm yet, but one could be issued here any minute.
Right.
So once again, we're going to be watching this storm as well. Again, multiple warnings in effect right now. This is about as worst case scenario as you could possibly get across the state this evening. We've already had reports of damage across the state. More coming, I'm afraid. Once again, we are not getting any reports here in the metro yet.
All right. So right now, I think we're good to go.
Okay.
I think that's exhibiting rotation, but we're gonna have to watch. Once it gets past the weather center, we're going to have to watch, once again, Highway 65 up here in northern Arkansas. Not northern Arkansas, north Little Rock, coming into near the Sherwood region. As a matter of fact,
all right, also
that may be on a trajectory towards the radar.
Also getting reports of power flashes coming out of Cabot now.
Yeah.
With this area of rotation as well. Also potentially a dangerous storm with a tornado just to the southwest of Griffithville as well.
Yep, that one right there. So that's going to be for so folks. Let's say for that's 1, 2, 3, 4 tornado warnings in effect right now, and take a look at I-30. I-30 right now. You got three severe thunderstorm warnings down there as well here. Northwest Arkansas, you are in relatively good shape right now, and that's me being kind of about it.
Yep.
Special weather statement up there, 50-mile-per-hour winds up there. No tornadic activity going up here in Northwestern Arkansas at this point here.
The biggest concern that I have for our folks in Northeast Arkansas right now, we have a downed cell tower in Northeast Arkansas. The tornado took down a cell tower. So, therefore, we have limited coverage up there. If you have a way to get hold of emergency management, they need to contact them and let them know there's more coming in.
Yep.
So, we have a very dangerous situation developing here around the state this evening, folks. I don't like using those words often. We don't use them often, but this is the situation where we have to use it.
Yeah. And this is set up to be an outbreak.
Yep.
This is slow coming for Arkansas. We've told you guys over and over and over again that severe events, when we miss severe events, we're fortunate, we're blessed, because this is the potential that those severe events can live up to. So that's what's going on at this point here. So right now, 1, 2, 3, 4 tornado warnings on the board. Multiple severe thunderstorm warnings on the board as well. Our Facebook page is being blown up right now with warnings, but it will continue to keep you guys updated right here. Arkansas Weather Watcher. So if you know anybody that needs their information, bring them here, okay? Send them here. Do whatever you have to do. Send them here. If you are in Cabot, you need to be in shelter immediately. Do not wait until the tornado is on top of you or anything like that. You need to be in shelter. It is nighttime. It is 8 o'clock. You're not going to see it coming. It's more than likely rain-wrapped. You do not need to be outdoors, guys. I cannot stress this enough. These are very, 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 very dangerous storms. The history of these storms, especially up there in northeastern Arkansas, you've heard what's happened up there.
Yep.
These storms cannot be taken lightly. You need to be in shelter immediately. If they produce tornadoes, it will be very quick, and you will not have a lot of time to react. And that can be the difference between living and dying. Okay? So you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. Same thing goes for southwest Arkansas. Down there in Hot Springs right now, no tornado warnings down there. All 3 thunderstorm warnings. Okay? Our focus is up here right now. Until these are gone, our focus is going to be up here. If you need radar image, it's going to be on the bottom left corner of your screen at this time here.
Yep. So let's continue to watch it. Let's go back to these storms here. Right now, the strongest storm, man, this is just to the west of Augusta. Very strong rotation on this storm. This one is potentially on the ground as well. Same exact spot where we just went through. So once again, this is going to track towards Fitzhugh, towards Tupelo, towards Weldon, towards Beadville. Same exact spots that just got hit by a tornado earlier. So once again, also Cabot, the storm is now moving. It is moving through. The main area of rotation has moved through Cabot right now. We are getting multiple reports of power flashes across Cabot as well. Again, not only do we have a tornado threat, we have 70 to 80 mile-an-hour winds moving across as well. Again, if you live in central Arkansas to northeast Arkansas, basically along I-30, 167, 67, 167, you need to take your tornado precautions, lowest level of your house, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, from Jonesboro to Little Rock to Texarkana this evening.
Yep.
And we now have new warnings coming out for the storms out of Oklahoma as well.
Yep.
This is the cold front. This is what we're waiting on. Until we get this through, we're going to be dealing with a lot more.
Matter of fact, let me correct you for just a bit. Let me double check and make sure, because I know guidance earlier, especially with the Euro. Okay, I'm gonna correct you for just a bit, Derek. That's not your cold front. That's your draw line.
Okay.
That's gonna be your draw line. So what guidance is doing right now is your draw line is now beginning to make its way to Arkansas. So these storms up here are going to have to be watched again for tornadic potential, okay? Your cold front is now back out here where you can see your northerly winds coming in, all right? That's where your cold front is in Oklahoma right now. But until this comes through, this is now in Oklahoma. This should tell you how long this event's going to be, okay? It is now in central Oklahoma. We have all night long to watch the storms very closely. Along that draw line and ahead of the draw line. That's where we're going to have to watch for the potential of seeing tornadoes here. Some of those tornadoes can be strong, damaging wind potential, and also the potential of hail in these areas here. So, Newark. We get a lot of people asking about Newark. you need to take shelter immediately, guys. Like I said before, I'm going to repeat this. I'm going to repeat this. I'm going to repeat this. If you are under a warning, do not wait for us to go over it. Okay? If you do not have the patience, don't be here. Okay?
All right.
What do you got?
4 minutes ago, a tornado staying with very strong low-level rotation.
It's Cabot. Yeah.
In Cabot as well. Also, reports around Newport. Also, I mean, folks, this ain't
Okay, that's hard. Okay, so right now we got tornado watch for almost the whole state except for Southeast. And Southeast is probably going to change later on this evening, too.
Also, this is from the National Weather Service in Little Rock. Expect several more hours of this to go with severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings both late into the night. So we have a multifaceted event going on this evening. We are far from done. Now we have a flash flood threat that has developed in Central Arkansas as well. To go along with the tornado threat and the damaging wind threat, now we have a flash flood threat.
Yep.
And again, you know, we need the rain too. So again, it's kind of a multifaceted event going on. The good news for the metro area is that the storm has not gone tornado warned yet. However, that being said, this is still a dangerous situation with these storms producing 60 to 70 mile-an-hour winds in excess of 80. Again, this is moving into downtown now. So, once again, this is moving through downtown. Once we get rid of this round, we have another round coming through that is moving up I-30.
Yep. So we'll have to watch the situation closely here. So the Cabot area, Derek, I'm going to stop the radar for just a bit. So that's the area right here. Okay, that's the area of rotation here between just east of Cabot, just south of BB here. I'm going to put a track on this storm real quickly here. So I said before, guys, this is moving. These storms are moving quick. You know, you're not going to have time to sit here and wonder what's going on, or you can try to see something or whatnot. You don't have time for that. Warning goes out, take shelter. Don't worry about the rest. Take shelter. Okay, stay with us. We'll provide the radar updates. Okay, we have trained eyes out there that are going to bring ground coverage in. Okay, we do not need anyone risking their lives going out and trying to see the tornado for themselves. Okay, it is nighttime. These are heavy storms coming in. Okay, heavily rain wrapped. You're not going to be able to see anything coming. Okay, so you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. And also, like Derek said before, not only do we have a damaging wind threat, not only do we have a hail threat, not only do we have a tornado, a potentially significant tornado threat, but now we have a flash flooding threat to add to the mix. So you're seeing right now is a textbook example of a severe weather outbreak across Arkansas at this point here. So that's what we got going at this point. Right now we're watching the situation very closely. Multiple tornado warnings across Arkansas. Augusta, I'm getting very concerned about the Augusta area right now. That's moving right towards that Jonesboro area once again. Searcy, another area of rotation just south of Searcy, near Grithamville. This is moving away from BB. BB, stay in shelter because you have another area just to the east of Cabot, moving east and northeast at about 56 miles per hour. What you got?
So the good news is the tornado warning for Pulaski, Lone Oak Prairie, and southern White County has been dropped.
Gotcha.
So those have been dropped. Again, we have to watch. I'm starting to see strong rotation coming out of Pike County. That's going to be heading towards Clark County. Also, so right now our focus is going to go back to, we have a tornado warning for Jonesboro.
Yep.
Once again, so folks, this is a new warning for Jonesboro. Again, at 8:14, severe thunderstorm producing a tornado was located near Tuckerman, 8 miles northeast of Newport, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. This dangerous storm will be near Cache in Egypt around 8:30, Bono 8:35, Jonesboro, Lake Frierson State Park, and Walcott around 8:45. So once again, Jonesboro, take cover once again.
Yep. So as I said before here, this is what we got going. Oh, okay. Derek, do me a favor. What do you have over here on your radar over here? So I'm looking at this real quickly here. I'm seeing a good amount of rotation. This one, unfortunately, may hit Jonesboro head on this one. You got very blessed with this. The first one that went through, produced a tornado and Craighead, and eventually into Mississippi County. This one you may not be so lucky. This one's coming right for cash, and then it's going to make its way right towards downtown Jonesboro. So Jonesboro, you need to be in shelter immediately. You need to get away from windows, put as many walls to you on the outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately. We cannot stress that at this time here. You need to be getting away from windows, put as many walls to you on the outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately. Go ahead.
Once again, we have a radar outage here for 4 seconds. So I'm trying to get this back up and going. Again, kind of see. So once again, strong rotation just to the north of Augusta.
Yep.
So that one is likely to be on the ground again. So once again, this is going to move back into Tupelo, back into the same exact areas that just got hit a little bit ago. So once again, this is moving back into an environment that is still very unstable, folks. I mean, this is just an environment that we were afraid of was going to be highly conducive, especially across northeast Arkansas. Again, if you live in central Arkansas, you can come out of the shelter for now, but stay close by because we still have more to come as we go throughout the evening.
Right.
But again, if you live in Jonesboro, we have very strong rotation on this storm coming out of Tuckerman, and this is an environment where tornadoes can touch down with little or no warning.
Yep. So we're watching these storms very closely here. As I said before, we got multiple tornado warnings here. So the one in Jonesboro, you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. That's going to be moving into Jonesboro by the time we get towards 8:44 this evening. Okay? So Jonesboro, you got very blessed with the first one. It is still on the ground, by the way, out of in the Bootheel region of Missouri and in Tennessee. So this one continues to move off towards northeast. New tornado warning for Jonesboro. You need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. This one down here, this one goes for Woodruff County, southeastern Jackson, east central White counties in here. So Thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was looking near Augusta, moving east. Excuse me. So now you're starting to get these storms moving due east instead of northeast. Okay, moving east at about 45 miles per hour. So this entire line will have to be watched for not only damaging wind potential, flash flooding potential, because these storms are not moving fast at all now. They're kind of like in a more of a line setting up. So I'm worried about the I-30 to 167 corridor coming up that we'll have to watch for a flash flooding potential too. And you would think we're in a drought right now. Where's the flash flooding potential coming from? Well, when you have storms training over the same area over and over and over and over again, even if you're in a drought, that's where you can get flash flooding potential here. And we're watching more storms in southwest Arkansas that are producing hail and producing damaging wind gusts down here as well. So 1, 2, 3 tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings here, flash flood warnings. This one down here, another severe thunderstorm warning near Nashville. We're watching these storms up here as well. This is along your dry line, and your cold front's right behind it. So we may have additional storms with the cold front. Right. This is going to be a long evening coming up for Arkansas. What do you got?
Also getting reports the towns of Monette and Leachfield, where that massive storm went through earlier, are in a state of emergency. So they are now in a state of emergency up there in Monette and Leachfield. Also, once again, getting concerns. Once again, Jacksonville, Cabot, I'm getting concerned here that we could be getting ready to deal with yet another warning here for you folks there. Again, these storms are rotating. We see it once they get past the Little Rock Metro, boom, and they start going again. So once again, this is a night where we have to watch every storm that moves through the state. Harrison, I'm keeping an eye on you as well. That storm is starting to get a little bit more of a notch on it as well. Yep. Also, our folks around the Greenwood area,
all right, hold up.
We need to watch you as well.
Yeah, I was going to say this one down here. A 60 mile per hour wind gusts, one inch hail with that storm. Torrential rainfall is starting to occur, so they're not worried about flash flooding down here in southwest Arkansas. This is along 30, and mile markers 67 and 86 here. So this is going to zoom in here. So I think we have a new tornado warning now in effect. Yes, we do. We have a new tornado warning.
In Jackson County.
Yeah. Severe thunderstorm producing a tornado near Tupelo or near Augusta, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Tornadoes are extremely dangerous to see and confirm at night. I want to repeat this. Do not, and I mean do not attempt to try and get this tornado, okay? Don't try to get footage. Don't try to go outside and see it coming. Take shelter immediately here. You heard what happened in Craighead and Mississippi counties. Take that as an example, guys. You need to take your tornado precautions immediately. These storms are very, very dangerous right now. Go ahead, Derek.
Breaking news right into the national, into the weather center.
No.
They are pleading for any nurses or doctors to come to Monette Manor. The entire nursing home has been collapsed with everybody inside. So once again, if you are a nurse in Northeast Arkansas, they are pleading for people to come to Monette. I want to stress this. We have multiple tornadoes on the ground in Northeast Arkansas coming back into the same area that just got hit. Folks, this is a very dangerous night ahead for Northeast Arkansas.
Yep.
So once again, this is a day we now have a tornado.
And I was going to say,
reported.
Okay, so now we have, so this was the earlier warning. That new warning, that's for Jonesboro. Unfortunately, it's going to track right over the same area that just got hit. So that's Craighead, and that's Northwestern Mississippi County. We have a new warning in this one.
Zoom in.
Yeah, this one.
Let's go to Tupelo area. We have a tornado on the ground there.
There it is right there.
This one is just to the south of Tupelo. This is going to track towards Mayfield, towards Fisher, towards Harrisburg. Folks, this is going to track almost in the same exact area. Truman. I mean, folks, this is about a worst-case scenario as you could possibly get as we head throughout the evening.
Oh, boy, yeah, there it is. There it is right there.
So that is going to be
that's on the ground.
A large tornado on the ground to the south of Tupelo. This area just got hit a little over an hour ago, and here we are again. So again, if you live from Tupelo to Hickory Ridge to Fisher, Wallenberg again, Wiener again, Harrisburg, you need to take your tornado precautions. Lowest level of your house, away from windows, and put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Now,
Okay.
I don't want to take away.
No, I was going to say, okay, I'm going to catch you up for just a bit, Derek. We're getting a lot of people asking about the Cabot area. I want to address the Cabot area. The tornado warning for Cabot has been allowed to expire. We have no idea why the sirens are going off down there right now. Okay? Cabot is in the quote-unquote clear right now. Yes, storms are going over. Yes, they're going to be loud. No tornado warnings are in effect at this point. Our attention right now is in northeastern Arkansas. Okay? Where these tornado warnings are, this is where our attention is at this point. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue for the metro and central Arkansas. But central Arkansas, right now, the tornado potential is down at this point. Flash flooding, damaging wind, and hail threat. We'll watch it closely. With Cabot right now, there's no tornado warnings. That tornado warning has been allowed to expire. Our attention is up here now because this is headed to an area that literally just got through dealing with a monster tornado earlier on. So you got to bear with us, guys. This is what we're going to be dealing with.
So I'm getting reports from our chase team. Shelter-in-place order has been issued by the Jonesboro Police Department.
Okay.
So a shelter-in-place order has been issued for Jonesboro.
Oh, boy.
Ahead of this next storm. Folks, this is a very dangerous situation. And again, if you were with us in 2020, you know we give you advance notice. We have given you a multiple heads up advance, regarding this event, even up to a week out. So once again, we have multiple warnings in effect. Again, Jonesboro, according to the Jonesboro Police Department, has been a shelter in place.
Yeah, that's a shelter in place for Jonesboro right now here, guys. So this is what we got at this point. What you got? Go ahead.
Okay, also, National Weather Service in Little Rock as of 8:25 confirmed tornado in Tupelo, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. So you do not have time. You need to be in your shelter already. If you live in Cherry Valley and Harrisburg,
Martree as well. Trumpman over here as well. You need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately, guys. And this is what I'm telling you guys right now. Do not go outside and try to get these storms, okay? A shelter-in-place warning issued for downtown Jonesboro. You should not be outside if you are in Jonesboro. That is a law enforcement warning. You need to be in shelter immediately here. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. We cannot stress that enough. That is a law enforcement warning for Jonesboro at this current time here. It should be over Jonesboro within the next 15 to 20 minutes. The Tupelo one, this one down here, this one is confirmed. This one is on the ground. Treat the Jonesboro one as if it's on the ground here. And we're going to go back to
Folks,
our
every single storm
definitely.
as if it's on the ground because these things are dropping and they're long track.
Yeah, okay, so this one up here.
This is your first alert. I'm giving you Arkadelphia, your
first alert. First alert, yep. You're supposed to have one.
Arkadelphia, Gum Springs, Caddo Valley. Go on and take your tornado precaution now. It is not warned yet, but it is going to be any point in time now.
Right. All right, so this is what we got going here. So the Tupelo area, right around, it's over Tupelo right now. So the tornado is right over Tupelo at this point. Another area up here in northeastern Arkansas, unfortunately, may have taken a hit from a tornado up here. This is moving to the north and east at about 60 miles per hour. You cannot waste your time with these storms. You need to take your tornado precautions immediately. If you are in Mississippi County, okay, I just saw that one comment. If you're in Mississippi County, you need to seek shelter immediately. Do not wait for these storms to get to you. You need to take your tornado precautions immediately. These are dangerous storms moving into Mississippi County. I saw that one comment. I don't know who it was, but if you are in Mississippi County, you need to seek your tornado precautions immediately. If you are in Craighead County, seek your tornado precautions immediately. These are all dangerous storms moving towards Sherry Valley, towards Harrisburg, towards Marktree, Trutman, Jonesboro, Lake City, Cache, Leachville. Unfortunately, back Monette once again up there in Craighead County in far northwestern Mississippi County. We're gonna watch these storms closely, guys. But you need to know there are some dangerous supercells heading that way. Go ahead, Derek. What you got for me?
So this is the storm that is coming in to Jonesboro.
Definitely.
There's a tornado at Newport.
Yeah.
Just a little bit ago. So again, folks, if you live in Jonesboro, you need to
Right here.
You need to take your tornado precaution now. You need to be in there, lowest level of your house, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This is a very dangerous situation, moving into an atmosphere that has produced tornadoes over and over and over and over again this evening. Again, for those of you who are choosing to laugh at the live stream, I'm sorry that people's lives are at stake and you rather laugh about it. I'm sorry that you feel the need to, where people are potentially in danger of dying, and you rather laugh about it. I'm sorry that your life is so sorry that you have to laugh at this. This is a dangerous situation, and if you don't like it, you can get off our page.
Couldn't have said it any better, brother. Couldn't have said it any better. So that's what we got going at this point here. You need to take your tornado precautions immediately in this area. This is Craighead County once again. Unfortunately, and look at the track. That's track once again. Yep. Leachville over towards Monette. And folks, this is heartbreaking information coming in for that area, guys. They took a direct hit. They're literally pleading for people to come in and help them right now. And unfortunately, they're facing to get hit once again by another supercell that could potentially have a tornado on the ground here.
Jonesboro.
Yeah.
If you live in downtown Jonesboro, you need to be.
Yeah. And here's the thing about Jonesboro.
Let's go back to our velocity view here.
Yeah.
Let's go back to our velocity view here.
There it is, right there,
folks.
That's going to be like right there in their cache.
So I have some bad news coming out of Monette, Arkansas. Public safety is now confirming a mass casualty event in Monette, Arkansas. This is coming from the storm that moved through there earlier. We have another one getting ready to come through here shortly. Again, this is a very dangerous night across northeast Arkansas, folks. You need to be in your safe place, lowest level of your house, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, we now have reports of mass casualty events in Craighead County. Do not take this lightly. If you live in Jonesboro, take shelter now. If you live in northeast Arkansas, take shelter now, folks. Harrisburg, Cherry Valley, Fisher, Jonesboro, Paragould, Lake City, Truman, Marktree. These storms are in an environment that is incredibly unstable and had a whole lot of shear.
And I briefly talked about this, and I don't like throwing the outbreak wording a lot, but this one, man, this is heartbreaking. This is heartbreaking information. Mass casualty situation up there in Monette. That prayers need to go out to those people that are potentially have been impacted by the storm. And this is what we do here at Arkansas Winnowers. This is why we're here. This is exactly why we're here, to keep you guys informed on the latest. Okay, Tupelo, once again, that area of rotation that's going to move to the north and east at about 60 miles per hour. Every single one of these storms, throw out the radar indicated rotation wording. Throw it out. Just throw it out at this point. I'm going to go ahead and right now there could be debate on this, but I'm going to go ahead and say this is an outbreak, and every single one of these storms need to be treated like there's a deadly tornado on the ground right now. You need to seek your tornado precautions immediately. Throw away your radar indicated rotation. Just throw it away. All right? Every tornado warning that goes out, you need to be in your shelters immediately here, guys. If you are under a tornado warning, don't wait for us to go over it. Don't wait for us to talk about it or anything like that. I'm going to repeat it once again. Take your tornado precautions immediately here. That's a horrible, horrible situation going on up there in northwestern Mississippi County. My heart goes out to those folks that were impacted by this. Okay.
And I really hope that the reports are not as true as what they seem to be coming out of Northeast Arkansas right now.
And you gotta remember those. And here's oh Lord.
First photos
first photos
right now. So let's go back and keep on this. Again, let's just keep on these storms here coming into the Jonesboro area, coming into northeast Arkansas. So once again, folks.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say hold up for 1 second. That one. Okay. So confirmed tornado. This was just 2 minutes ago. A confirmed tornado was located near McFadden, or 15 miles southeast of Newport.
Jonesboro's on the ground.
Yeah. Moving northeast at 55 miles per hour, damaging tornado. Radar confirmed tornado. So basically, I'm gonna tell you what a radar confirmed tornado is. It's on the ground. It's just nobody's around to report it on the ground. What you got for me?
Zoom in on Jonesboro.
Okay.
A confirmed tornado was located over Cache, 8 miles southwest of Bono, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. This tornado will be near Jonesboro at 8:50. Folks, if you live in Jonesboro, we are now going to go straight to Jonesboro.
Yep.
If you live in there, and there it is, right there. And you can see it, folks. This is going to move on the northwest side of Jonesboro. We just had one going on the southeast side of Jonesboro. Now we have one going on the northwest side of Jonesboro. Again, look. All right. So for the folks wondering about elsewhere in the state, we have a map in the lower left-hand corner that shows you. You see those storms in West Arkansas? That's what has to come through. If you live in southeast Arkansas, you have a long way to go tonight.
Yep.
I'm just going to put it out there as that we have had people die. We've had mass injuries. We've had multiple damage reports. This is a dangerous situation for the natural state tonight. It is something you must take seriously. And we are going to a lockdown mode on Arkansas weather watchers. Any rude comments will be banned automatically. Anybody bashing our followers will be banned automatically.
Yep.
We are in lockdown mode with a severe weather outbreak here at Arkansas Weather Watchers. Once again, if you live in Jonesboro, you need to be taking your tornado precautions once again. Jonesboro Police Department has already issued a shelter-in-place warning. This is why.
That's a law enforcement warning anyway. So you don't. If, like I said before, you're putting yourself in danger being outside doing this. But that's the first time I've seen in quite a while where a shelter-in-place warning was issued because of this. But yeah, that right there, unfortunately, this is going to go right through either just over the downtown area of Jonesboro or just in the northern suburbs of Jonesboro. Brooklyn, they're going to have to watch this storm. Monette, very close call.
Yep. Very
close call. Fortunately, it should stay away from the Monette area. It's going to track right through the Craighead County, up into northwestern Mississippi County, and then it's going to go into the Bootheel region of Missouri at this point here. Okay, so this is what we got at this point. A very dangerous night ahead. What you got for me, bro?
Something concerned me with this cash storm.
Yeah.
It turned east. It's now on a beeline for Jonesboro. The last 2 scans have turned it almost due east.
Oh.
If you look closely. Let's go back to our velocity view here.
Yeah.
Let's go to our shear rate. Let's look at the storm on our shear rate view here.
Give me 1 second.
Just to get an idea here of exactly what we are looking at with this storm. Are you on the Little Rock radar or are you on the Memphis?
I'm on Memphis.
Okay, I am on the Memphis as well. So once again, we also have problems up here already. We have cell towers down. No way for people
to get warnings. Yeah.
So this is a dangerous situation.
Very
if you
dangerous
live in Jonesboro, please, if you can hear my voice, take shelter right now. Lowest level of your house, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Folks, we are now getting power flashes and cash. This is a dangerous situation. Worst case scenario, if you're on the A-State campus, it is finals week up there.
Yep.
There are still students on campus. Please get to the hallway of your dorm rooms. Do not wait. Folks, you have minutes. I repeat, minutes, folks. This is about as heartbreaking as it can possibly get.
There it is. Okay.
Across the state.
There it is, Derek. And it's not only that, but we have this one down here. Okay, so, all right, so we've got areas of concern here. So I'm going to kind of I'm not taking anything away from the tornado warnings up here, but this goes for ones down here for the Cabot, BB area. Thunderstorm damage threat considerable. Wind gusts up to 70 to 80 miles per hour with these storms down here in Cabot and the BB area here. But I've turned on our shear rates, and unfortunately what Derek has said is turning out to be in fruition here, guys. This tornado looks to be moving due east now. As you can see, it's moving northeast, but it has stopped, and it looks to be trying to take more of a due east turn. If that occurs, that it's going to go, it still will look to be just to the north of Jonesboro. I mean, just to the north of Jonesboro. But it's going to move right towards just south of Brooklyn, and unfortunately, it may make a run for Leachville and the Monette area once again here. So you need to be taking your tornado precautions, meaning you need to get away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, get to the lowest area of your home immediately, guys. It's a very heartbreaking situation, and I don't want to take any credit for anything, but over the last couple of days, me and you both, Derek, we've been having this
Little Rock was not Little Rock was not shelter in place.
No, that was Jonesboro.
It was in Jonesboro.
That was in Jonesboro. What I was saying was, over the last couple of days, we've had this, this feeling, this instinct that something was getting ready to happen. It was going to be something major was getting ready to happen, and unfortunately, that came to fruition here. So that's why we tell you guys to be with us. Okay. Number one thing we're telling you guys right now, we need to take the tornado precautions meeting here. So, confirmed tornado underground and cash via law enforcement here. So, that shelter-in-place warning in Jonesboro, right now. There's the tornado right here, okay? So, there, it's moving right back to the northeast once again.
Yeah. It's going to track just to the northeast of Jonesboro.
Yeah.
However, if you live in Bono, we got hit by a tornado just a year ago. So, once again, if you live in Jonesboro, this is going to track just to your northwest. Take your tornado precautions anyway, because these storms are rotating with little or no warning at all.
Oh boy, that track.
Brooklyn, that's almost the exact track of the 2021, just a little bit north.
Just a little bit to the north.
Also to note,
the Monette area over here, Craighead County, Northwestern Mississippi County, into the Bootheel region up here in Missouri. This is a very dangerous situation, folks. Okay, cannot stress this enough. You need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately here. All right. Same thing goes for this storm down here. Okay, that goes for the Hickory Ridge area. Harrisburg, Trumpman, Martree, over towards Kessler, and then towards Marie. You need to be taking your tornado precautions. As a matter of fact, this one will be on a beeline for Ocella over here and for eastern Arkansas. So we'll have to watch it go. So, I was going to say, this is Mississippi County. You may have a double threat coming your way. One from the south and then one from the north coming in from Jonesboro here. So, Mississippi County, this is our first alert to you guys. you need to be taking your tornado precautions. I'm putting the entire county on notice at this point. You need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately in this area. Get away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately. Derek, we've got 16 tornado warnings right now. Just a statewide, just looking at this entire event.
All right, so I'm getting reinforced now at Monette. Once again, 20 people trapped, injured, 5 more significantly, and at least 2 dead already, and still some unaccounted for. And that's just at the nursing home. So once again, law enforcement has asked people to stay away because once again, there is a lockdown in Jonesboro right now because you have another round coming in. Again, with a tornado on the ground just to the northwest of Jonesboro. Again, folks, this is a dangerous situation this evening that will continue into the overnight hours. Again, the good thing is that this second round should wipe out a lot of our atmosphere. Key word here, should. But
I can definitely check into that real quick with the surface cape real fast. And while we're on the tornado watch, so I can keep the tornado warning coverage going. But oh boy, that's not good. That's not good at all.
It's rebuilding to the west.
It's definitely rebuilding. This is what I mean. If you're still in that warm sector, and I'm gonna kind of take this away. And you have tornado warnings up here right quick for our folks down here in southern and southeastern Arkansas tonight. Have a plan ready to go. This is long from getting into southeastern Arkansas. It's going to be late, but you need to have a plan ready to go down there in southeastern Arkansas for tonight. Northeast Arkansas has seen it first. Southeast, I promise you, you'll get your turn as we get towards later tonight with the cold front and the dry line beginning to push down into southern and southeastern Arkansas. So you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately here. A new severe thunderstorm. Oh, I should take that back. There's a tornado warning that was from that. That's supposed to get ready to expire.
And we also
here
have
shortly. Go
a
ahead.
severe thunderstorm warning. Damage threat considerable.
Yeah.
With winds of 70 miles an hour for central Arkansas.
Yeah, that one's This is the one right here. So a very dangerous situation here. Flash flood warning, by the way. The flash flood warning goes until 10:45 in this area here. So we've got 2 tornado warnings on the board, multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, and flash flood warnings. Even if these 2 tornado warnings go off the board, guys, we're gonna have live stream up and going over everything and going over what we can see later on with this. Okay, so this is what we got going. Yeah, I'm on it right now.
Let's go back to Jonesboro.
What you need a sheet rate?
Let's go back to our shear rate view just to see exactly what's going on here. I mean, folks, this is like the worst case
There it is
scenario.
right there. Yeah, there it is there.
Just to the north of Jonesboro now.
Yeah.
But now we have another one.
Yeah, just to the south right here.
Just to the south of Jonesboro.
That one.
So again, we have multiple areas of rotation on these storms.
Third one. Hey, you got a third one up here as well. Yep. So what's going on basically right now, you're seeing these areas of rotation trying to fight to see which one is going to be the dominant. And wherever the dominant happens is where you will have the potential of seeing a significant tornado. So right now, the bigger one looks to be just to the north of Jonesboro. So this is the main circulation, but you have to watch out. And then we talk about this and most you'll hear storm chasers talk about this, but you could potentially see, because here's your main rotation here, and I can show you that with base velocity. Okay, so your base rotation's here, all right, but along that rotation itself, the bigger area of rotation, you can see what we call satellite tornadoes, very weak tornadoes out of front of the main circulation here. So your circulation goes like this. I'll draw it out real quick. Circulation goes like this. You have your main one right here. So that's like more of a donut hole. This one you have to watch for the tornado potential. But along this circle, you have to watch out for the potential of seeing what's called satellite tornadoes, or very weak tornadoes away from the main circulation itself here. So this is going to push to the north and east here. And unfortunately, with this newest run, newest scan, it's not as intense with the rotation.
That's what we want to see.
With the Memphis radar. So that's a really good trend right now here. So this is generally moving to the north of Jonesboro. Jonesboro, you need to remain where you are right now. Okay, that tornadic potential should remain just to the north of Jonesboro. However, heavy rainfall, hail, and also wind gusts 60 to 70 miles per hour are coming into downtown Jonesboro right now. So you need to be in shelter. You need to be where you are, remain where you are, and stay there until this storm has cleared your area here at this point here. We're going to zoom this out and show you guys the bottom storm. As a matter of fact, Derek, we're going to have to watch that Tupelo storm once again here. It's starting to exhibit more rotation with the latest scan. Definitely a hell core with that one as well here. I know hell's kind of taking a backseat to all of this this mess going on right now, but definitely we'll have to watch that. And normally when you start seeing a hell core, that's when you start seeing the potential of seeing a tornado out of that. So you may see a water
go out.
Just
to give people an idea of the atmosphere we have.
Yeah.
The supercell that produced the tornadoes in Northeast Arkansas, the first one, the one in Monette, Leachville, started in Hot Springs, Arkansas. It is tracked into Kentucky. This is an April event in December. It is tracked over 500 miles since it started at 3 o'clock this afternoon. So that gives you the idea of the atmosphere that we had this evening. So once again, this has been a situation that we were afraid of. Now, I want to say this: I'm starting to see a little bit of a good news. I think our main forcing is starting to shift northeast of the state. That's not to take away from the tornado threat, but what that does is that transitions us to more of a damaging wind
threats. Yeah.
Which, honestly, right now we will take, because we have seen multiple reports of damage, multiple people dead, multiple injuries. This has been a deadly night for the state of Arkansas, especially our northeast corner.
Yep. All right, Derek. So we got two more areas we're going to have to watch. So this one here, just to the west of Sherry Valley, we're going to have to watch the Augusta storm, and we're going to have to watch the Desert storm here. So I would not be shocked, as a matter of fact, not taking you away for these tornado warnings here, but if this storm does not move and quick, you may see another flash warning go out for the 167 corridor from Jacksonville up towards Georgetown. And we saw this back in October where we had thunderstorms train over the same area, and it produced a foot of rain up here in Saline County here. So something to keep in mind here. Let's look forward. It's not limited to just the tornado threat. It's the damaging wind threat with this. Some winds have been reported as high as 70 miles per hour. We have the hail threat, okay? And also we have the flash flooding threat. So travel tonight is not recommended, especially in eastern and northeastern Arkansas. And I told you guys this first thing, that I wouldn't recommend travel this late, okay? But that's what we got at this point. What do you got?
So once again, folks, if you live, so Jonesboro has been dropped, so that's a very good thing. So once again, Jonesboro has been dropped from the warning, so we have one warning now. This is moving into Harrisburg. This is moving into Harrisburg. So you need to take your tornado precautions. Lowest level of your house, away from windows, and put as many walls between you and the outside as possible.
As I said before, this is what we got going at this point here. So we're going to continue to monitor these storms very close. Severe thunderstorm warnings still continue down here in southwest Arkansas along I-30. Then we still got those two tornado warnings up here in northeastern Arkansas. So I think they just dropped.
They dropped Jonesboro. Jonesboro is no longer in the warning, and that's a very good thing.
That's very good.
So
the
we
Harrisburg
have one warning in effect now.
Yeah, the Harrisburg one is still in effect, and that's going to go towards Trumpman.
And folks, we have been live since 5.
Yeah.
We've been live almost 4 hours now.
Yep.
So that just goes to show you the amount.
We're going to have to watch this close there, because you've got this area here. I'm going to go over to our velocity real quickly here. And that's what I was saying. So you're going to have to watch Hickory Ridge once again. And we're going to have to keep, and do me a favor, keep an eye on that Augusta and the McCrory area as well. That one, and we're getting reports as well of damage coming under the Jacksonville area at this point here. Do me a favor, go over to that real quick. I know it's 60 mile per hour damage report with that. We'll have to click on it real quick. So Little Rock Air Force Base reported a 64 mile per hour wind gust with those storms earlier on with that. Watch the one also in Desert.
Yeah.
That one. So that entire line is rotating. You have to watch and see which one, what happens with those storms here. So what we're going to do is we're going to continue coverage on this tornado warning here.
You know, another thing that concerns me is that southeast Arkansas, all this still has to move into southeast Arkansas.
Yep. I fully agree. So we'll have to watch it very closely. So what I'm gonna do, Derek, once that warning, because this warning expires at 9 o'clock within the next 9 minutes. So unless they extend this warning into farther into Poinsettia County and into Mississippi County, then what I'm gonna do is once this tornado warning's off the board, I'm going to show everybody statewide what's going on, try to tackle some questions here and there, and then I may do a future broadcast at this point here. But folks, even with a future cast, it's going to tell you the same thing. Have a plan ready to go for tonight. Severe thunderstorms are going to continue all night long until we get this front of boundary through Arkansas. Okay, I'm going to show you where the front is at this point. Okay, so what you're experiencing in northwest Arkansas is not the front. That's the dry line beginning to move into Arkansas. Your front of boundary is still back out here towards Texas and into Oklahoma. Okay? As you can see, we're not the only ones dealing with this. We're dealing with it in Oklahoma, in Arkansas, Missouri, Kentucky, Illinois, Indiana. Everybody is at risk. That entire moderate and enhanced risk area is verifying to a T right now. So that's what's going on in this area here. Multiple tornado warnings, multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, flash flood warnings. A new severe thunderstorm warning just went out. That's down here in southwest Arkansas. So we'll have to watch this situation very closely here, guys, over the next couple of hours here. But this is long from over with, long from being over. We have several more hours to go, and I'm worried deeply that if we can get rid of these storms, we may see more development late tonight. And with the environment still in place, we may see additional rounds during the overnight hours carrying into the first thing of Saturday morning here. So we'll watch the situation very closely here. That tornado warning is going to be continuing until 9 o'clock this evening here for central Poinsettia County. All right, and we'll go ahead and show you guys that graphic there. So that's going to be for west central Poinsettia County and northwestern Cross counties until 9 o'clock. So thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Waldenburg or 9 miles southwest of Harrisburg, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Hazard tornado quarter side cell with these storms. BB, that area here, I would not recommend travel at all. I'm fully anticipating a new flash warning to go out for this area here. Cabot, BB, I know it's loud. I know it sounds like a tornado is ongoing outside right now. There's no tornado warnings at this point, but we're going to watch it close. What you got for us?
So, I'm not seeing it on the radar, but I'm getting multiple reports of a tornado near Valley View in Jonesboro, but there's no warning. I'm trying to confirm. I've got chasers confirming, and I've got local confirming as well. I'm not seeing it on the radar, but that does not mean it's not there. Again, this is a rain-wrapped environment now. This is becoming a significantly rain-wrapped environment.
Okay, are you suggesting this one?
Potentially, that would be the Valley View area right there. Southwest of Jonesboro.
I can take a look at your gate-to-gate real quick and answer that real fast. There's definite rotation with your gate-to-gate. So
right, I'm getting multiple.
We'll have to see what happens with that.
It's not warned, but
it's not
just
warned.
continue to take your tornado precaution if you live in Jonesboro, just in case.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not. Again, it is not warned, but that does not mean that that there's not a tornado there. Again, at this point in time, some stuff could get overlooked. And God bless our National Weather Service officers right now that are having to, to absolutely put out warnings like it's crazy right now. Again, I'm not seeing anything, so I'm going to say it's unconfirmed. I don't think there is. However, that being said, we are going to continue to watch that Harrisburg. If you live in Harrisburg, you definitely need to be in your tornado safe place now. Lowest level of your house, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Tornado sirens are still going off in Jonesboro. Also getting reports from spotters now of a very small funnel or tornado in Jonesboro. So I don't know what if.
Well, I was gonna say here's your problem with this. Okay, so your gate to gate is suggesting that area. So basically here, I'm going to step back radar for just a bit, okay? So we're going to play radar out real quick, okay? So the latest running sign is aggressive with it, but there's your area of rotation where your green and your blue meet. That's where it is in the river and down here in just south of Jonesboro. So there's no warning right now. There may be, I don't know what law enforcement may be doing. They may be continuing the tornado siren because
until it gets passed.
Until it gets passed. Due to the fact of what's going on in Mississippi County, I'm not sure what's going on at this point. But the question remains here: what happened here? So I'm gonna go back to our storm relative velocity here, and I mean radar. The problem is this is the I'm looking at LZK's radar here. I'm gonna go to Memphis's radar, and hopefully we can get an answer to that real quick. So I know we were getting a lot of reports about the potential of a small tornado or whatever in Jonesboro. That tornado warning down here still remains in effect till 9 o'clock. However, we'll have to wait and see on if it continues or not. But that is the area of rotation here near Harrisburg. Harrisburg, you need to take your tornado precautions. Same thing from Trumpman to Marktree up towards Mississippi County here. And unfortunately, this is going, and we have a new tornado warning, Derek. New tornado warning has been issued, so that goes till 9:45 for southeastern Craighead County, south central Poinsett County, eastern Arkansas to 9:45. So yeah, that's a continuation of it. Moving northeast at 45 miles per hour here. So tornadoes are extremely difficult to see and confirm at night. Do not wait to see or hear the tornado. Take your tornado precautions immediately. So I'm going to give you an example of what's going on with the environment here, okay? Storms moved through the metro earlier. We were at 66.
We're right back at 72.
We're right back at 72. So that's why we're saying the environment will warm back up and your winds are coming out of the south-southeast. That's why you're having the tornado problem right now. Your winds are backed at this point. Can we go back to southwest? I think we will when the front gets here very late tonight. But until then, we're going to have to deal with this situation here. And I'm getting more concerned about more development out towards West Arkansas later on here. So there's your area of rotation here. And unfortunately, Monette is back into tornado warning at this point.
Yep.
And they just took a direct hit from a tornado earlier. Now, unfortunately, right now, it appears that the tornadic potential will stay south of that area. However, Caraway over towards Dale up here in Mississippi County. Okay, this is in Poinsett County. This is going to go into southeastern Craighead County, and it's going to make its way into Mississippi County. You need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. Maybe get away from windows, put as many walls to you outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately. We got a lot of folks, and this is what's concerning me right now. We got a lot of folks in southeast Arkansas saying we're going to hang it up, go to bed, nothing's going on, etc. I want to repeat, your threat will come later tonight. You need to have a way to get warnings. You are not immune to this threat, okay? Just because the threat is away from you right now doesn't mean it won't happen later on tonight, okay? Like I said before, we're fully ready to be here all night long, okay? We will be here keeping you guys updated. But southeast Arkansas,
I'll tell you how serious this threat is for those of you not taking it. My father is currently in hospice care at Baptist Hospital in Little Rock, dying. I'm in the Weather Center covering for our state. He would have wanted me to do it, and that's what I'm doing. But for those of you laughing here and all saying it's not that big of a deal, if I'm here instead of by his side, that should tell you all you need to know.
Exactly. So, we had a new tornado warning, by the way. That was just south of there. So, and folks, and they said forward, this is a very serious situation here. We don't like being that serious, but when you force our hand, that's when we start getting serious. Okay? So, this is a very dangerous situation for Northeast Arkansas right now. You need to have a plan ready to go for tonight. Southeast Arkansas, you're not immune to this at all, okay? I know you want to go to bed, okay? I know you have plans tomorrow, but you cannot let your guard down till that front gets here. That front will not get here until probably first thing in the morning. I hadn't even looked at guidance. Some guidance I looked at before all this got started didn't have the front in the southeast Arkansas until sunrise, first thing Saturday morning. That's how serious this threat is at this point. So a new tornado warning is in effect, okay, for southeastern Craighead County, Poinsett County, northwestern Creighton County, northern Cross County until 9:30. So a thunderstorm producing a tornado was located near Hickory Ridge or 12 miles southwest of Harrisburg, moving east at 60 miles per hour. 60 miles per hour. That's what I'm saying. These storms are moving quick. Tornado and quarter-size hail. Radar indicated rotation here at this point here. Cherry Valley, 9-5. Harrisburg, 9-10. Marktree, 9-25 at this point. Okay. Painway, Wiley Crossing, Bird Eye, Wheelna Junction, Hatches Coon, Stewart, and Dub in this area could potentially be impacted by this tornado thunderstorm as well. National Service in Memphis is stressing this. Tornadoes are extremely difficult to see and confirm at night. Do not attempt to go out to see or to hear the tornado. And I know everyone, well, a tornado warning gets issued. They want to go out and they want to become famous. And they want to go and try to get the video or try to get photos. Guys, we had a mass casualty situation in Mississippi County tonight. This is a very deadly situation. Don't do it. You're putting your life at risk. Don't do it. That's our advice to you. You go outside during a tornado warning. At this point, regardless, you're putting your life and the others, and not only just you, but you're putting the other people that you're around's life at risk too, because they are likely to follow you at that point. So you got to think about that before you make your next move. They can make the biggest difference between life and death in this situation, guys. I cannot stress that enough. This is what we have going at this point, and I hate using wording like that, Derek. I really do. I hate using wording like that. But sometimes, especially when an event this massive, this is where you have to call for it. And this is a perfect example for moderate risk right here. You can't get any better with a moderate risk with this right now.
Yep.
Okay. Some would say, if this was a little bit more widespread, that this could have probably gone for a high risk at this point. Honestly, I think the moderate risk was a really good call by Storm Prediction Center. So our praises go out to them. I know they've had a tough time over the last 24 to even in some cases 72 hours trying to forecast this, and they did excellent with this. So that's what we have at this point. 2 tornado warnings on the board at this time. Go ahead, Derek.
All right, so I'm getting reports of sirens going off in Augusta. You're in the clear for now. So you are in the clear right now. However, we are getting multiple reports right now of a potential tornado moving into Harrisburg. Also, just southwest of Cherry Valley. We're watching that one as well. Also, a storm coming up out of southwest Arkansas, Sheridan and Malvern. We got to start watching that one as well. Now we have a line of storms coming out of west Arkansas.
Yep.
That is now severe.
Yep.
That's between 60 to 80 mile an hour winds. Again, folks, this is a multifaceted event. We're going to transition eventually, we think, from tornadoes to damaging winds. Although this is an atmosphere where any storm gets up into the atmosphere can produce a tornado at any point in time.
Yep.
So once again, do not go out and try to view damage right now. This is not the time to go out and view damage. We still have storms in the area.
Leave that
Law
for
enforcement is requesting you stay home.
Yep.
This is a very dangerous situation.
Yep.
If you live in Truman, Lake City, Caraway, okay, we now have a brand new one. A tornado has been a confirmed tornado was located near Harrisburg, moving east at 50 miles an hour.
Yep.
So this is going to be near Truman at 9:15 and Caraway at 9:30. This area has seen multiple tornadoes over the years.
Yep.
Caraway, Truman, Bay. Again, we've already seen multiple ones tonight. Monette, you're under the warning again.
Yep.
You need to be taking your tornado precautions. We have no cell towers up here right now.
No.
So therefore, your phones will not let you know
and it's confirmed
that there's a warning.
And I'm fixing to pull up the correlation coefficient real quickly here, and this is what we got at this point here, guys. So at this point, this is what we're looking at here. So Harrisburg, right over here, that's what that area of rotation is. This is going to move to the north and east at about 60 miles per hour. Confirmed tornado is on the ground here. So tornado warning remains in effect until 9:45 Central Standard Time for southeastern Craighead County and central Poinsett County. A confirmed tornado was located near Harrisburg, moving east at about 50 miles per hour here. Damaging tornado, quarter-sized hail, weather spotters, confirmed tornado in this area up here in northeastern Arkansas. So this is the area that we're watching. Anyone asking about Central Arkansas, Cabot area, there's no warnings in that area right now. If there's sirens going off, we don't know why. We honestly do not know why at this point. There's nothing going on in the Cabot area except for a heavy thunderstorm right now. If warnings get issued, we will be on top of it right now. But this is what we have at this point. We're going to have to watch the situation very, very closely here. There's that severe there's that tornado warning at this point here, and it's going over the same area that it was before here. Derek, you want to go ahead?
Yeah.
Let's see here. Go back over to our reflectivity here. So
let's go back to our
that's Trump. Oh man, that's
Trumpman.
Trumpman. And we got another area down here in Harrisburg that we're going to have to watch too. I'm gonna go over to our shear rate real quickly here and show you guys what we're talking about. So, unfortunately, and there it is, right there.
Yeah.
There it is, right there. So that's
Truman.
That's Truman. Excuse me, Truman.
Safe place immediately. Truman, you need to be in the lowest level of your house, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, this is a dangerous situation.
Right there.
That is continuing to track. Further into areas that have already been hit. Once again, and folks, so now not only has this event, we're now getting reports of mass casualties. This entire event nationwide. This is across the entire midsection of the country. A multiple casualty event across multiple states.
That's an outbreak. That's
so,
a true.
Folks, this is
that's
a very dangerous situation. Severe weather outbreak does continue this evening. Again, if you live in Harrisburg, if you live in Truman, take your tornado precautions now. Lowest level of your house, away from window. There is a tornado on the ground. I repeat, we've had multiple damage. We've had multiple reports of injuries, multiple deaths. Folks, this is not something to play with. In our years of covering Arkansas, this is the first tornado deaths in this state that we've had it in almost 4 years.
Yep.
So, folks, this is a very dangerous situation, and then we still have the line to come through from West Arkansas.
Yep.
So we're not done yet.
Yeah, and I was going to say, Derek, if you want to kind of steer the wheel for a little bit, I was going to take a look at some guidance to kind of see where we're going to be at this point here. So Derek's going to, you want to switch? Come over here. Derek's going to kind of take the wheel for just a little bit. And I'm gonna kind of look at guys to see what we're looking at for later on. All right, go ahead,
You're fine. So once again, folks, we just continue to kind of catch our breath a little bit, because it's been a night that has really kind of rocked us a little bit, because it's so rare to get these type of events in the state. Once again, let's zoom out here. Let's go back to a statewide view just to give you an idea of everything that we are seeing across the state. Now, I will go right back to our folks in Truman here in just a minute. But just to give you an idea on what's going on across the state, you have a line of storms coming out of northwest Arkansas, and then you have a supercell that is basically tracked, or a line of cells that is tracking into a very favorable environment across the southern part of the state, or the central part of the state, across South Arkansas. Your threat is starting to ramp up. It may be more isolated down here than it will be across the central and northern part of the state.
Okay, Derek, I'm going to cut you off for just a little bit. I'm getting some the reports I'm getting in right now. Public confirms flash flooded. We now have roads flooded in Cabot. Cabot, you need to be staying indoors immediately. Okay, you do not need to be outside trying to travel. I know it's a Friday night. I know everybody has plans, this and that. You don't need to be traveling tonight, okay? You need to cancel your plans tonight, and you need to stay inside, okay? We have roads flooded in Cabot, Arkansas at this point. All right, I'm getting multiple reports. As a matter of fact, Derek, I'm going to pull up power outages. We're getting multiple reports of power outages now. And they're really, really, and as you can probably guess by now, really targeted up there in Mississippi County here. But we're getting several reports here. It's not only just here in Arkansas. I mean, this is a nationwide deal right now here. So Arkansas right now, in total, we have 31,740 people without power, mainly in northeastern Arkansas. This is crucial. Those tornado warnings you are looking at right now are in areas that have been heavily impacted by the tornadoes. This area does not have power. If you know anybody, I mean anybody in this area, if you're hearing the sound of me and Derek's voice, you need to take shelter immediately. These are confirmed tornadoes on the ground. All right, that area in Craighead County and in Mississippi County and in Poinsett County, all those areas are reporting widespread power outages right now. So those areas with tornado warnings, they may not hear us at this point. They need to be taking their tornado precautions immediately at this point. Go ahead, Derek.
So just continuing our coverage, again, folks, you know, we have multiple warnings in effect right now. We have multiple tornado warnings in effect right now. This one is moving into downtown Truman right now. Again, this is crossing State Highway 198, State Highway 69, and then, of course, right here along State Highway 463, Ozark Avenue. Just to give you an idea of a few streets here along and near. This is moving into downtown Truman. If you live in Truman, you need to be taking your tornado precautions right now. Lowest level of your house, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Going back to our gate to gate here. Again, if there were to be a tornado, and it has been confirmed, it will be coming into downtown Truman. So once again, let me go back over here and just to give you an idea of a few streets in and near the path here in and near the path of this toward what's going on, Cam?
I'll take a look at guidance.
Okay.
We're not. It's not good. It's not good at all. My advice for those in southeastern Arkansas: listen to me and listen to me carefully. There is the potential of tornadoes overnight in southeastern Arkansas along the line. There is computer on guidance now that suggests that we may not be dealing with a squall line, but more of a broken line segment coming into southeastern Arkansas now. Listen to me and listen to me carefully. Have a plan ready to go for tonight. We've seen what these storms can do in northeastern Arkansas. I do not want anyone taking these storms lightly tonight. Okay? Southeastern Arkansas, you need to be on guard. Right now, timing has it right around 1 to 3 a.m. So you have the time now. You're not under a watch right now. Okay? I fully expect that to change within the next 1 to 3 hours. Okay? I fully expect the tornado watch to go out down there. All right? But guidance is really holding on that supercell potential down there in southeastern Arkansas. So you're going to verify that 15, that 10% of the northern half, and then the southern half is going to be later on tonight with the dry line and the cold front merging as one and pushing eastward. So if you're hearing the sound of my voice in southeast Arkansas tonight, I'm talking from El Dorado up to, I would say, even in some cases, parts of the metro, over along 30, okay, from Brinkley to Forest City to Memphis, point south and east from there. That's the entire area that you see on the bottom left corner of your screen. That's not under a watch in southeast Arkansas. That's the area of my concern later on tonight here. I'm looking at it at this point. You're going to have to be ready to go for tonight here. Go ahead, Jerry. Yep. I just want to have 2 cents on that. Go ahead.
So once again, we are tracking 2 different storms. One is a tornado on the ground. This just moved through the town of Truman. I'm very concerned. I do want to go look at our debris. Oh my gosh, Cameron, look at this.
Yeah, that's on the ground.
This moved right through the town of Truman. Let's start trying to pull up damage reports.
Okay.
Out of Truman.
Whoa. Okay, we just got some reports in from Truman Nursing Home, and Truman has been possibly hit. 911 call came in once again. So that's coming out of Truman at this point here, guys. If you have any reports, please let us know. I'm getting more reports now. A nursing home in Truman has been possibly hit. 911 call is now coming in to the weather center at this point, guys. So that's what we have ongoing at this time here. You need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately in this area. Tornado is on the ground. This is a PDS situation. We've seen this over and over and over and over again. You need to take your tornado precautions here. Go ahead.
Folks, if you live in Truman, this tornado, I repeat, tornado on the ground, Debris signature 20,000 feet into the air. I'm afraid we could be dealing with another strong one. This is crossing Woodruff Lane and Stephen Landings Road on the northeast side of Truman. This went right through the center part of Truman, folks. That is very concerning that the debris signature did not show up until it moved through the town of Truman. Again, we're getting multiple reports now of damage across Truman, folks, and the debris signature got worse as it moved off towards the northeast. This is a very, very, very dangerous storm. Let me zoom out once again. Again, the folks, you folks around Cherry Valley and stuff,
Yeah.
Harrisburg.
Yeah. Okay. So this is part of law enforcement right now. Confirmed damage in Truman. Confirmed damage in Truman now.
Okay.
All right. I'm getting all that information in at this point. Just nursing home Jonesboro. Apparently in Jonesboro now, there's been a nursing home in Jonesboro. I believe has been collapsed in Jonesboro. That we're working on that information at this point, but this is a very dangerous situation, guys. All right. And like I said before, we appreciate you guys for reporting in. The El Dorado area, southern Arkansas, southeast Arkansas, this is your message right now. You are in the clear at this point because of the flow. When that ridge collapses, the southeast ridge is your best friend right now. That's what's keeping these storms from getting down to southeast Arkansas. That ridge will collapse tonight, I promise you. And when it does, you will have what we're having up here right now across East Arkansas, Northern Arkansas, Central Arkansas, Southeast Arkansas, Southern Arkansas. You will have to deal with it later tonight and into the early part of your Saturday morning here. So, Cabot, you're good to go. There's a flooding situation going on right now. Floods, as I said before, roads are flooded in Cabot, so you don't need to be traveling at all if you're in Cabot at this point. But I'm getting a lot of reports in there of what's going on at this time here near the Truman areas here. There's been confirmed damage in that area.
Caraway, this is your 5-minute notice. Get in your tornado shelter immediately, folks. Lowest level of your house, away from windows.
Okay.
Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This also now, a new warning has been issued for you folks in Blytheville. If you live in Blytheville, tornado is on the ground. If you can hear my voice, get to a shelter now.
Immediately. So that's what we have at this point. Okay, so Arkansas State Police is now reporting the possible tornado in Truman. Like I said before, this is the only area that, especially at night, it's in a very rural area. Truman, that populated area here, so it's going to be reports are going to be coming in left and right. You're not going to be able to see this tornado coming. It's wrapped in heavy rainfall. You got storms to the north and south of it. You need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. That dark blue that you're seeing on our radar scan right now, that is debris being wafted up into the atmosphere. As a matter of fact, I can go ahead and get that up for you guys. I'm going to go ahead and look at it real quickly here. And there it is. There's your shear rate coming in at this point here. So, yeah, do not travel in Cabot. Okay, do not travel in Cabot. Cabot is flooded right now here. All right, so that's what we got going at this point. Just going over everything right now. Multiple reports of damage, okay, coming out of the Truman area at this point here. Southern Arkansas, southeast, you're not out of the woods by any stretch of the matter. By any stretch of the matter at this point. Okay, so that's what we're looking at right now. If you guys have any reports, please let us know. We're getting it in as quickly as we can in the Weather Center, but there has been reports of damage coming out of the Truman area up here in northeastern Arkansas at this time. Go ahead, Derek.
Caraway, take cover now.
Yep.
If you live between State Highway 158, State Highway 135, Ditch Levee Road, if you live along Craighead County Road 862, if you live along County Road 846, you need to be in your safe place now. You see this blue dot? That is the tornado. It is about to take a direct hit into downtown Caraway. You need to be in the lowest level of your house, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, folks. This is a very dangerous situation, and the storm just turned right. It just made a right turn on the latest scan. So now, again, if you can hear my voice in Caraway, take cover now. Lowest level of your house, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you live on Boyd Road, If you live on County Road 870-72, you need to be in your safe place now. Lowest level of your house, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, folks. This is a very dangerous situation coming into the town of Caraway.
Yep.
Now, not to be the bearer of bad news, you folks in Mark Tree, we have a new debris signature. This one is just to the west of Mark Tree, in between Harrisburg and Mark Tree.
Yep.
Cameron, can you see that one as well now?
Yeah, I'm going back to it real quick. Yeah, there it is, right there.
So
right over there.
So this one is just to the west of Mark Tree. This is moving east. If you live in Mark Tree and the Ponto,
that's the bigger circulation with this. So you got one near the Truman area, and then you've got one near Mark Tree. That one right there, that's a big circulation with that one. That's just across over Highway 63. You need to be taking your tornado precautions. Meaning we could potentially be dealing with possibly twins at this point. One near the Truman area, and then one near the Mark Tree area at this point here. We may be dealing with 2 tornadoes on the ground at the same time here, moving into northeastern Arkansas. So you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to you the outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately here at this time. Go ahead, Derek.
Okay, so with the latest scan, so some good news here. So with the latest scan, we have lost a little bit of our debris signature west of Caraway, but it's shifted north, and it looks like the storm, the shear in the atmosphere has made the debris kind of shear off. What that does mean is that the tornado has possibly lifted. However, that does not mean to let your guard down. Let's go to our gate-to-gate shear just to show you a little bit about what I'm talking about. We still have significant shear, one northwest of Mark Tree, but the bigger area of shear here is just coming into or around Caraway. Again, this is the area we are still watching. There has been reports of damage around Truman. You can see how fast this has moved. It was in Truman 10 minutes ago. Now it's in Caraway. It's going to be in Blytheville in 15 minutes or less. Folks, you do not have a lot of time to take cover from these storms. If you live in Mississippi County, you need to be taking your tornado precautions now. Lowest level of your house, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. It is coming into Blytheville at 9:50. It's coming into Cooter at 10 o'clock.
Yep. So I was going to say, there's that severe thunderstorm warning real quickly here. So I was sorry about that. I was just looking at the CC drop over here, and it's still, there's a new report coming in, Derek. So we've gotten multiple buildings damaged coming out of the Truman area at this time here. So Truman has taken a hit in this area here. So the toll continues for northeastern Arkansas. First, the Monette area up there in Mississippi County, now the Truman area. We're having multiple buildings that have been damaged in this area here. Fortunately, I'm not hearing any reports of a mass county situation or anything like that, but I would definitely take your tornado precautions immediately in this area. You need to be in shelter at this time here, guys. Do not ignore these tornado warnings, okay? These tornado warnings are here for a reason. Also, do not take anything away from the tornado warnings, okay? We're now getting reports of damages across West Arkansas now. 55 to 60 mile per hour winds with these storms coming in along 40. Spotter reports 60 mile per hour winds noted. Power outages in the city of Paris, and this is in Logan County out there in western Arkansas. So that's what's going on at this point. Several severe thunderstorm warnings along 40. Tornado possible with a severe thunderstorm warning down there in southwest Arkansas along 30 at this time here. Multiple severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing, mainly for the potential of hail and quarter-size hail and 60 mile per hour winds with these storms here. But definitely, you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. Now we have that flash flood warning down there in southwestern Arkansas. So now you're going to start seeing flash flood warnings start popping up. Life-threatening flash flooding down there in northeastern Hempstead County. 2 to 4 inches of rain have fallen. Flash flooding is ongoing and expected to occur shortly here. So turn around and do not drown. Flash flood damage threat considerable down in southwestern Arkansas. So now you're getting into a flash flooding event down here in southwest Arkansas and central Arkansas. So a multi-threat severe weather outbreak is going on across Arkansas at this time here. There we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. I'll get to that real quickly.
And
here.
a new tornado warning as well.
Yeah, new tornado warning as well here. So, southern Poinsett County, southwestern Mississippi County, northern Clinton County, Cross County, and Tipton County in western Tennessee. Severe thunderstorm was located near Cherry Valley, 10 miles southeast of Harrisburg, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Hazard 70 miles per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail with those storms here. So the tornado watch still remains in effect until 11 o'clock. Damage threat considerable with that storm here. So you can definitely see on the bottom corner of your screen here, that's what the tornado warning is, and you can see the severe thunderstorm watch, severe thunderstorm warning, and it's starting to turn orange. That's when it's starting to have the damage threat considerable down there in just south of the ongoing tornado warnings at the time. Go ahead.
All right, so we have multiple reports of tornadoes on the ground right now. So if you live basically in Mississippi County, you need to be taking your tornado precautions. Blytheville, Burdett, Osceola. This is your heads up now. You need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. Lowest level of your house, put as many walls in between you and the outside as possible. Again, this is just a very dangerous situation. Multiple reports of tornadoes on the ground this evening. You know, if you look at our debris signatures right now, from Martree to Caraway to Manila, I mean, there are multiple areas that, and of course, not only that, but you have a lot of debris that has been lofted several thousand feet into the atmosphere this evening, and that has created a situation where you have a lot of debris being dropped over several miles, or in some cases, several hundred miles.
Right. So, just going through the comments here, there's a lot of people saying that not a lot of people are covering it or anything like that, which we find really ridiculous. And that's the reason why we tell you guys all the time to come to us. This is what we do. This is what we specialize in. We're here to keep you guys informed, keep you guys updated, and keep you guys protected with warnings, watches, anything Arkansas weather. We are here, guys. So give us a like, give us a share, tell your friends and family about our page here, okay? But this is what's going on right now here. So what I'm doing right now is I'm scrolling through alerts. I'm just going through everything at this point here. So right now, those tornado warnings to continue from Mississippi County. So you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately in that area here. Get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. So just getting reports from that tornado warning from earlier. That storm has over a 300-mile track from earlier, from northeastern Arkansas, southeastern Missouri, northwestern Tennessee, and now into southwestern Kentucky. It is now over a 300-mile track with that one tornado. And it's been going the entire time and has not lost any intensity. So right now we're watching these storms very close to here. We're in the midst, guys, of a potentially historic tornado emergency here going on across Arkansas at this time here. What you got for me?
All right, we have a new report coming in.
Okay. He's law enforcement. He's law enforcement. Ayrton Cove Healthcare in the main fire station in Truman has been hit. He's law enforcement up there. So that's a confirmed report. That's what we got at this time here. So we're getting now damage reports coming out of the Truman area from that tornado from earlier. So you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. And boy, Derek, I'm looking at the cap for tonight, especially down in southern Arkansas. This is not over.
Oh,
By a
no.
little shot. This is not over down there. Go ahead.
And I tell you what, this is a very dangerous situation right now here in northeast Arkansas. Right now, you have one tornado right here just to the southwest of Lepanto. This is going to move towards Osceola. You have another one right here just to the south of Monette. Monette, you got wiped out earlier this evening. Monette, and y'all just got hit earlier this evening with a very strong, damaging tornado. We now have one that is going to head towards the town of Manila. Manila, you need to be in your tornado safe place now. Lowest level of your house, away from windows. Put as many walls in between you and the outside as possible, because this is moving into a very highly populated area. There's a lot of farmland. There's a lot of homes over here. There's a lot of homes over here. This is going to track right towards Osceola. This is going to track right to Blytheville. Again, folks, this is a very dangerous situation. We have had multiple casualties, multiple injuries, and a lot of damage this evening.
A lot of damage. I mean, and this is not just only us that are reporting this, guys. But we've got several meteorologists across Arkansas right now that are they're literally begging. They're begging the folks down there in southern Arkansas and southeast Arkansas to have a plan tonight, to be ready, because the significant tornado parameters are still off the chart. They're literally begging for folks down there to have a plan ready to go during the overnight hours. We will be here during the overnight hours tonight. Okay, I cannot stress that enough. Another thing is, I'm getting several reports of damage coming out of the Truman area. I haven't heard anything else outside of that, but I'm currently going over the ongoing damage reports right now at this area here. So the Truman area, the power flashes from earlier, is a very devastating situation ongoing across northeastern Arkansas at this current time here. So another nursing home has been hit. Fire department has been hit too. More damage reports are likely incoming. They have not been discovered yet, but they're likely incoming from the Truman area from that tornado from earlier. Go ahead there. And also one more thing to add to that, power outages. Power outages are now skyrocketing across Arkansas. We were at 31,000 just a second ago. I'm checking the latest at this time here. That has been brought down. So energy is out there trying to get the power on as quickly as possible. We're still sitting at 29,655 people without power at this current time here. Majority in northeastern Arkansas, where they've taken the brunt of this outbreak.
Yep. And so once again here, what we're doing now is looking back at our shear rate view just to give you an idea of where these potential, I mean, we have multiple areas of rotation on these storms. Again, this is a line of storms that is pushing in, basically a line of supercells that is pushing in through northeast Arkansas this evening. What concerns me is that we still have more to go, and we should see a break, but there's going to be more to come behind this. The good news is that the storms down here in southwest Arkansas, for now, have lost a little bit of their punch, but we're going to continue.
That was toward possible.
Okay, so that one is toward possible right down there in southwest. Okay, so
and that was toward possible. That's just south of the metro.
All right, let's go to this metro one here too.
Okay.
Real fast.
One more report I want to stress out from the Truman area. Those that are trying to travel up there, Interstate 550 has now been blocked due to the big rigs have been blown over in the Truman area. Part of Arkansas State Police. Big rigs have been blown over in the Truman area. I-55 is currently blocked. They are heavily requesting people to stay off of Interstate 555 up there in northeastern Arkansas in Mississippi County at this current point here. This is what we got at this time here. We're getting multiple reports of damage, multiple reports of tornadoes ongoing across eastern Arkansas, northeast Arkansas, and now we're watching again, same areas from earlier, southern, southwest, Central Arkansas.
This is what we're talking about for you folks in southern Arkansas. Right here.
Yep.
This is what we're talking about.
That's the area right there. You're going to have to watch those storms. In Polk County, you're going to have to watch those storms closely. And the one in northeastern Texas, we're going to have to watch that close as it gets more towards the east. The environment is still conducive for tornadoes. It is going to be a long night. It's going to be a long night.
All right, so let's go back up here to our folks in northeast Arkansas. This is where our current tornado warnings are. We need to find out from the Little Rock Airport. Right now, I'm getting multiple reports of planes being turned away from the airport. Right now, I'm wondering if they are doing a ground stop temporarily because of severe weather in the area. We have travelers in the sky that are watching our feed, trying to figure out what's going on as well.
Okay. I can confirm that real quick.
So we are going to get that for you as well. Right now, for our folks in northeast Arkansas, we continue to track severe weather. Again, we have one tornadic storm moving into Manila. This storm has produced damage over Truman. We have another storm just to the east of Truman. This one moved through the Mark Tree area. These are pushing off towards the northeast. This one is going to move into areas around Osceola and 9:53, and then on towards Ripley about 10:18. And then also, again, a secondary storm moving over the Manila area right now. This is going to move over Gosnell and Blytheville as we head towards the top of the hour. So again, we are now going on hour number 5 here at AWW with severe weather coverage.
Okay, so I'm now getting the latest from the Mississippi County Office of Emergency Management. They want everyone to know that everyone that wants to come to assist with damage and cleanup, they know that, but they need people to stay in their safe spots until all the storms have passed that area here. So we need to keep, like I said before, we need to keep that up. Right now, they are wondering people to come, but however, I know everyone wants to come and assist, but they are heavily suggesting that everybody stay in their safe spot, which is a great idea until all storms have passed, and then we can go from there here. I'm getting several reports also. This is outside of our coverage area, but apparently right now there is a catastrophic tornado going through the Mayfield, Kentucky area right now. That's from the same storm that was in northeastern Arkansas from earlier. It's trapped all the way up there, and it's now produced a catastrophic tornado earlier. So that tornado is likely going to be in the books at this point here. So that's what's going on here, guys. This is a major tornado outbreak that we're seeing across not only here in Arkansas, but also Kentucky, Kentucky, Tennessee, Missouri, Illinois, the Ohio Valley. This is a widespread tornado outbreak across the area here. Something that we see in computer model guidance. Pray that it don't come to fruition, and we're seeing it come to fruition right now. This is what we got at this point. Also, one more thing: the Craighead County Judge Malvern Day says the Monette Manor in northeastern Arkansas, there are 2 dead, 5 seriously hurt, and at one point, 20 people were trapped in that nursing home. It is a very, very sad situation in Mississippi County tonight. And not only that, but the Truman area as well.
Yeah. So once again, this is the area of the most severe storms right now. Again, this is where we have a tornado warning in effect. These storms have a history of producing tornadoes across northeast Arkansas. Truman got hit. Areas around Harrisburg and Monette got hit. This is a very classic area of Arkansas to be hit. Again, if you live in Blytheville, 946. If you live in Osceola, 947. And then this is going to move across the Mississippi River. This route is about to move across the river and move into our neighbors in Tennessee. But we're still not done.
No, not by a long shot. And I said before, Derek, and as you can probably tell by now, Derek is taking over the radar. I'm taking over the damage reports, the power outage reports, etc. here. So we're getting incredible photos coming from our west supercell storms. We can continue to move our way towards Arkansas here. So this should tell you what's going on. Outside of the supercells going on and all this mess going on right now, it's clear skies across southern and southeastern Arkansas right now. Clear skies down there. It's going to be a very, very long night for those folks down there in southern and southeastern Arkansas. You need to have a plan ready to go. We cannot stress that enough. This is going to continue throughout the overnight hours here and into the first part of your Saturday morning across much of southern, southeastern Arkansas, and into Mississippi here. Okay, so now we're getting new reports in. All right, so this is for the Poinsett County. Accidents are reported. They are blocking Interstate 555 at this point here between mile markers, around mile marker 27 at this point. All lanes are blocked. They are not. They're saying do not travel on Interstate 555 right now in Poinsett County at this point here. Also, there's been reports of the big rigs being blown over, etc. So we're getting reports left and right on what's going on at this time here. But folks, you need to treat these tornado warnings seriously. They are all capable of producing tornadoes at this current time here. But that's the situation we got at the time. Go there.
So this is where Cameron was saying interstate has been shut down. This is the area that is at greatest risk for a tornado in the short term. Blytheville, Burdett, Osceola. You need to be taking your tornado precaution immediately. This southern storm here, right here, you have an inflow notch right here, just to the east of Manila. Then you have a supercell all on its own. Several areas of rotation. Each one of these storms are rotating. These storms have dropped multiple tornadoes this evening. I'm going to be very curious to see the amount of tornadoes we've actually seen this evening, and I'm afraid it's going to be well into the teens before all is said and done.
Right now, just an unconfirmed report there. Right now, we're sitting at 13.
Wow.
Tornadoes right now. We're sitting at 13, and that was from right around 3Z. So this was a little bit recently, but this, like I said before, this is not counting the QLCS ones. They're not counting the other ones that may not have gone warned. So right now we're sitting at 13 at this point. That number will likely increase over the next 24 hours. 48 wind reports, and it's 16 hail reports out of this entire event right now. We're going to have to watch the situation closely here. Now, there's now a new meso out from the Storm Prediction Center. I'm getting new information out. We're just severe threat continues across the tornado watches 552 and 554. All severe hazards remain a concern for the next few hours. They are saying from Mississippi County in Northeast Arkansas to Western Tennessee. Let's go for our viewers in Western Tennessee. Potentially higher localized tornado threat. There's a hatched area now from Mississippi County over into Western Tennessee for the higher localized tornado threat over the next hour, over the next couple of hours here. So we're watching the situation very closely, guys. It's not over, not just yet. Go ahead,
Yeah. And one thing, I do want to go back to this storm here coming. I know we're not taking away from our tornado warnings in Northeast Arkansas, but again, we are still getting a lot of folks worried about the storm here coming through central Arkansas as well. Again, this is a tornado possible storm moving through the southern parts of Pulaski County. Not seeing a lot of rotation on it right now, but it's definitely one that does need to be watched. And just moving into an environment that is very conducive for severe weather and even tornadoes this evening.
Right. So before just going over everything real quickly here, I'm going to pull up a sounding from Streetport real quickly here. We'll kind of take a look at downstream here. So like I said before, I took a look at guidance just a second ago while we were covering, and it doesn't look good, folks. The tornado outbreak will continue throughout the overnight hours in the early part of your Saturday morning. Storm Prediction Center hinted on this threat. They said that this will likely continue throughout the overnight hours and into the early part of your Saturday morning here. I fully expect within probably the next hour or so, we should have another mesoscale that's going to come out for southeastern Arkansas for the potential of seeing another tornado watch here. And I'm going to watch this closely here. Now, Derek, continue to keep your radar up there, but I'm going to kind of tell everybody what's going on. So, your synopsis pattern, basically what's going on right now, what's causing all this right now. Okay, you have your main low that's going into the Ohio Valley. Now, what Derek said holds true partially to the main tornado threat going away. However, there is another area of low pressure that is in southwestern Texas right now that is going to ride along the dry line, along the cold front later tonight, and it's going to come straight into southeastern Arkansas. That will localize and enhance your tornado threat later on this evening here. I fully expect an additional tornado watch to go out for the rest of those counties down there in southeast Arkansas, Louisiana, and in the Mississippi. This is going to continue throughout the overnight hours tonight here. But your main system, your powerhouse system, is pulling away. However, the dry line is still in place, your cold front moving in, that low pressure down there in southern Texas that's poised to move northward. This situation is far from being over. You may be dealing with this all night long here in Arkansas. Mm-hmm. So you need to have a plan down there in southern Arkansas. I know it doesn't seem like a lot right now, but you need to have a plan ready to go down there in southeastern Arkansas before it's not here. Go ahead.
So the best news I have is that our debris signature is not showing anything on the ground right now. That's a very good thing. First time in several hours we've seen that. However, do not let your guard down at all, because these storms have dropped multiple tornadoes across the state this evening and across really the entire region. So once again, tornado warning does continue here for our folks in Mississippi County here until until 10:15 this evening. And again, this is pushing off towards the northeast here at about 60 to 70 miles an hour. So these will be across the river here very, very soon. And once that happens, we can turn our attention more back towards the central and western parts of the state, where we have yet another round starting to come in.
Yep. So I'm just looking at soundings right now. I'm also looking at damage and anything like that. Right now, fortunately, I'm not seeing any sort of big-time reports of damage at this point here. Majority are coming out of Kentucky right now, but they're heavily advising everyone on Interstate 555 up there in Poinsett County, Mississippi County. They're telling everyone do not travel in those areas at the standard time area. Cannot stress that enough. We are watching the situation very closely here. These tornadoes will continue to move off to the northeast here, across northeastern Arkansas. So you need to take your tornado precautions immediately. You're going to wait for windows, put as many walls to you on the outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately. And once these tornado warnings have been allowed to get out of Arkansas, we will catch our breath, sit down, continue radar updates. We'll attempt to try to get a time map out for you guys, try to get some other stuff going on, because I know a lot of folks in Arkansas are kind of worried about what's going to be happening later during the overnight hours here. So we'll try to get that up for you guys here. But right now, we've got to get these tornado warnings off the board here before we talk about anything else at the same time here. Let's see.
Osceola.
Okay. All right. Hold on 1 second. We got new reports from the Truman area and the Carway area. So rescue crews are now being released from Monette, now responding to the Truman area. So that's what's going on up there. So the rescue crews that are up there, they're now having to separate between the Monette area, and they're having to go down into the Truman area now. It is a very, very bad situation in Truman. They have taken a hit from a tornado tonight.
And one thing I do want to stress about these people who have gotten hit is that, this is not a springtime atmosphere where you're going to go and stay warm. We're about to go back down to around freezing tomorrow night across parts of the state. So you're going to have highs in the 40s and 50s tomorrow, with lows back down in the 20s and 30s. So this is going to be this is one of the worst case scenarios for the wintertime, because you're going to have such a drop in temperatures as we head throughout the day tomorrow and into tomorrow night. The good thing is, once we get this out of here, it's going to be a very nice weekend ahead. It's going to be a little bit windy tomorrow, but we will get this out of here, and we are going to survive the rest of this night all together. But once again, tornado warning does continue here for a little bit longer for Mississippi County. If you are in Craighead and Poinsett counties, your threat's over with for now. I want to stress the key words, for now. There's more coming. I think the atmosphere has been pretty worked over so far.
For that matter, I can check into that real quick.
But we don't want to let our guard down yet either, especially with more rounds coming out of the western parts of the state. It's been a very rough night across northeast Arkansas, down into central Arkansas. And again, we still have a couple more rounds to go before all is said and done. Again, if you live in Osceola and Blytheville, this is moving across you right now. Once this moves across, your threat will be over. I'm getting concerned for you folks in Osceola right now, as this does look to be the main area of rotation now that is going to track right over or just near the town of Osceola here very, very shortly.
Okay, so this is concern for our folks, and I know I keep emphasizing, not trying to take anything away from the tornado threat here. We're trying to do two parts here. Okay, working as a system. One of us is updating northeastern Arkansas. The other one is updating the rest part of the state. Okay, so I just pulled up the sounding from Streetport, and It is not a good sounding at all. It is not a good sounding down there in Shreveport. That gives much of southern Arkansas and southeast. This is going to be a very, very long night down there. So we need to have a plan ready to go. We'll keep you guys informed. You guys know we got you guys' back. We're going to get, like Derek said, we're going to survive tonight. We're going to get through this. I don't care if we got to be the only ones live at 2 o'clock in the morning. We will be here. I promise you, we will be here. Go ahead, Derek.
Yeah.
I'm continuing looking at reports and points. If you get to a point you get tired, we can switch out.
Oh, no, you're fine. Just trying to look and see. If you live in Osceola, folks, you need to be taking your tornado precaution now. Folks, this storm is starting to ramp up again. This is going to be it's going to be right in here, right over the town of Keyser. This is going to move right towards Osceola, or very close to Osceola. Again, not seeing anything significant, and we're going to wait and see if that is actually the rebar or just the radar signature. I think that's just a radar signature.
Hold on, let me
But it's very close to the town
go look real quick.
of Keyser as well.
Give me 1 second here. I can pull it up on our other software over here right now. That's questionable. That is very, 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 very questionable right now. I'm going to go over to our separate list. Okay. That blue area that you're seeing is a little bit, just a little bit west, east of the main circulation right now over Keesler. So now that doesn't say anything. That doesn't mean that debris is not being picked up just to the west side. Because it's not far. It's like maybe like 5 miles away from the circulation. It's a wait and see right now, but we'll watch it closely here. But definitely, there's an area of rotation, and definitely coming closer and closer and closer and closer to Osceola here. We'll have to watch that very closely over the next 10 to 15 minutes here. But definitely, you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately in this area here. A very, very long night ongoing right now. Just going to read you guys on the board what we got, okay? Here in Arkansas, all right, we've got 2 tornado warnings, 4 severe thunderstorm warnings, and we have a flash flood warning, okay? Multiple reports of damage, etc. Further to the north and east, okay, we've got a total of 14 severe thunderstorm warnings, 6 of those are tornado warnings, 2 of them are reported tornadoes, and 1 of them in particular is a tornado emergency. So this is a ongoing, possibly historic December tornado outbreak for not only Arkansas, but for much of the Bootheel region into the Ohio Valley here. So not only pray for us here in Arkansas, but you need to pray for those folks up there in the Ohio Valley. They're going to have a long night, just like the rest of us here in southern Arkansas this morning. Go ahead, Gary.
So we do have a brand new warning.
Yeah, I just
this
saw
one
that.
just came out, and this is for the very northeast corner of Mississippi County. This is actually going to move into Missouri and Tennessee here very, very fast. But it does include the town of Blytheville. So if you live in Blytheville, you need to continue to take your tornado precautions. Lowest level of your house, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, this is a dangerous situation shaping up across much of northeast Arkansas. However, this section of tornado warnings is getting ready to move out of the state. Then our attention is going to turn to the west and the south.
Yep.
That's where we have to start watching for the next round of severe weather, and especially in areas that have not seen much in the way of severe weather this evening.
I fully agree. So that's before. That's what we're going to be watching over the next 10 to 15 minutes. That's severe thunderstorm warning just to the south. There is considerable damage threats with that one, 70 miles per hour winds with that storm as well. And it's moving to the east at about 45 miles per hour here. So not only are we watching for the tornado threat, guys, but the damaging wind threat is there as well. There's one in particular in west central Arkansas. The severe thunderstorm warning for Logan, southeastern Johnson, and northeastern Yale counties is canceled. But the warning has the storms have moved out of the warning areas. Therefore, the warning has been canceled for those areas. But it remains in effect until 10:15 for southwestern Van Buren, north central Conway, and northern Polk counties in this area here. So 70 mile per hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail at this current time here, guys. We cannot demonstrate considerable with that storm down there over here in western Arkansas, and then one down here in Arkadelphia. Severe thunderstorm warning for that storm here west of Sparkman, 12 miles southeast of Arkadelphia, moving east at 50 miles per hour, 60 mile per hour wind gusts that storm 1-inch hail here. So we're starting to trend down a little bit on the warnings. That doesn't mean the threat is over at this current time here.
Not by any means. And again, now, folks, I'm starting to get very strong rotation just to the northwest of Osceola. So, again, not only to the northwest of Osceola, but also coming just to the town of Blytheville. Just move through Blytheville. Not only do we have to worry about a tornado threat, but damaging winds in excess of 60 to 70 miles an hour as well. But, once again, you have a few areas of rotation. But again, Osceola. If you live in Osceola, you need to be taking your tornado precautions now. Lowest level of your house, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This is moving off towards the northeast. This is going to move across the river in just a matter of moments. And then from there, that is going to be transitioning us back to southwest Arkansas, southern Arkansas, and then, of course, central Arkansas as well.
Alright, so before, just looking to make sure we're good to go in terms of damage reports here. Right now, let me see here, they're mainly, okay, so it's a very, very bad situation across Kentucky right now here. Also, okay, so now getting reports of a tornado on the ground near mile marker 63 along Interstate 55 up here in northern Mississippi County here. So that's an area that we're watching closely. There are now confirmed tornado reports coming out of that storm here. That's probably right down near Blytheville and one near Osceola, and that's been moving to the east at about 50 to 60 miles per hour here. So it's moving very, very quickly, guys. And I'm waiting to see what Storm Prediction is going to do in terms of an additional risk or whatever. We'll let you guys know on information on that if that comes our way. Go ahead, Eric.
So once again, this is where our tornado was reported along I-55. Again, very strong area of rotation here, coming right across the town of Osceola, or just to the north of Osceola. I-55 is right here, so it came across right through here. I-55 is right here, so it came across right through here. Again, this is now moving across State Highway 325. And then, of course, U.S. Highway 61. Again, this is pushing off towards the northeast here at about 60 to 70 miles an hour. So this is going to be moving out really, really fast here and moving into Tennessee, and then out of our coverage area.
Yep. Let's see here. Like I said before, I'm not seeing anything from the Storm Prediction Center as of now, but they will more than likely be looking at this, and they will more than likely be having further mesoscales coming out within probably the next hour or so. So, like I said before, once those tornado warnings have been allowed to get out of our coverage area, we're going to go over, see what's going on across the natural state. We're going to take a breather, go straight to radar updates, and then if any warnings come across our area, we will be here during the overnight hours. We'll have time map, we'll have information for you guys coming up. But just keep that in mind. That once these warnings go out of the way, we'll go over the entire state, and then we're going to, like I said before, it'll go straight to radar updates. Because if there's severe thunderstorm warnings here, that's when the radar update will cover. Okay? If there's a tornado warning to threat to life and property as well, that's when we go live for it. So we'll watch these storms closely. But the ones finally, this is something that we've had over the last couple of hours here. They're finally moving away from northeastern Arkansas and now into Tennessee. Now, if you know anyone in West Tennessee along the Bootheel region, they need to be taking their tornado precautions immediately in this area here. Now, okay, so very, very sad news coming our way. Okay, so early report, a fatality in Leachville has been confirmed. Hasn't been confirmed yet, but a fatality in Leachville has been reported. State police is on the way to confirm if it's from the storm. Major damage on West Main Street in Truman, house destroyed. Arkansas State Police has confirmed no injuries at the Arlington Health in Truman, which is great news. That is perfect news. No injuries have been confirmed. I hope we were able to get everybody to shelter quickly in those areas here. But houses have been destroyed, major damage in Truman tonight. A very sad situation across much of eastern and northeastern Arkansas. And this is what we were afraid of, based off the parameters that we have in place. This is what we were afraid of. This is what we got right now. And unfortunately, like I said before, it's not over just yet. All right, go ahead, Darren. That's all I got for you.
It's just amazing.
Yeah,
It's just kind of a, this has been probably one of our, this would be up there with the 2011 and 2014 events, in terms of the amount of severe weather reports that we've gotten. And this year, coming into this event, we've had maybe 250 total reports for the year, and I'm certain we'll have 50 or 75 just in the state alone. By the time all is said and done. We do have a new warning. This one has been issued once again till 10:45 for you folks in Osceola. A tornado has been reported with this one as well. So once again, 2 areas: Blytheville, Osceola, and Burdett. Again, this is for the northeast corner of Arkansas in Mississippi County. This is going to push off into Tennessee relatively fast. And let me tell you, when I say that we will be very glad to see this get out of Arkansas is an understatement.
Yep.
But again, if you live in Osceola, if you live in Luxora, if you live in Burdett,
Jesse, I just saw. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. I was just saying, Jesse, that'll be probably something we do after the warnings are gone. He was wanting to see the storm, the one that tracked for 300 miles. That's something that we may be able to pull up on radar, but that's something that we'll probably have to wait until either we do it after the storms are cleared out or after the tornado warnings are cleared out, etc. Here, but I'm pretty sure there's a lot of information on that on Twitter. That was a very long track storm. It was 300-mile plus storm. That it kept going, and our hearts go out to not only for those in northeastern Arkansas tonight, but outside of our coverage area. The Bootheel region of Missouri, western Tennessee, Kentucky, the Ohio Valley. They're going through the same thing we're going through. Okay, mass casualty situations. This is now becoming a national crisis. This is becoming a national issue now. It's not just a state issue now. This is becoming a national issue now. So this is something that you're going to hear about over the next couple of days. This is why we stressed a lot, and this is why we told everyone. Okay, Sunday night's event was a blessing. Okay, we got away with Sunday night's event. We didn't get away from this one. We tell you guys all the time, when severe weather strikes, don't be biased to just one event. Oh, it's not going to happen, or it's not going to happen here, it's not going to happen there, or this and that. Tonight should be a prime example that with every severe weather event, you need to be on guard. When we tell you there's severe weather, you should take it to heart, have a plan ready to go, and go from there. Okay? This has been a very, very long night for all of us. Arkansas, Missouri, Kentucky, Illinois, Indiana. Our hearts go out to everybody that's been impacted. Okay? It's been a very long night. And unfortunately, it's not going to come to an end very quickly here. Like I said before, we still got to get through one more part of Arkansas, and that's in southern and southeastern Arkansas later tonight, or early part of your Saturday morning. Go ahead.
Just to give you a region-wide view of what has gone on across, and it's just been a real, crazy thing. Not only that, but you have a major winter storm going on up in the plains. So you've had this is one of the most dynamic systems I've seen in quite some time across this part of the country. And once again, it's not over yet, but we are getting there. Again, we do have our 2 warnings up here in Mississippi County. These are pushing across the river. Getting very concerned. That is not a hail signature.
Definitely.
That would be a tornado debris signature on the radar once again. I'm afraid that is just to north of Osceola. So once again, this is not hail, folks. This is a tornado debris signature. Potentially another big tornado up here in northeast Arkansas. This is tracking in between Blytheville and Osceola. This is going to move northeast into Tennessee very, very shortly. Dyersburg, Tennessee. I've said that name many times over the years. You need to be watching these storms coming out of Arkansas very, very closely. Again, this is going to move into Tennessee very, 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 very shortly. But the threat continues overnight for the Ohio Valley and the lower Mississippi Valley and the Mid-South. Arkansas's threat continues here through about, say, 1 or 2 a.m. in the morning, maybe as long as 3 or 4.
Yeah, it just depends on how fast we can get that cold front out of here. We gotta have that, because here's your problem. This is what I was telling you guys about. You know, a lot of people were doubting this event. You know, after Sunday night, we had the bus with the severe threat, and everyone was like, okay, well, he's just rambling on and on about the severe threat. It's not gonna happen, etc. This is why we tell you guys all the time to be prepared. Okay, this is why we say all the time, have a plan ready to go. Okay, this is a rude awakening. A rude awakening. There was a lot of people doubting this severe threat. This was a rude awakening. All right, and it's been a long time coming for Arkansas. We haven't had an event this massive in a while, so it's been a heartbreaking. And I know a lot of people are like, yeah, but what about South Arkansas or this or that? Folks, we will have that information for you guys later this evening. Okay, you're gonna have to give us a little time to catch a break. Okay, we went on for 4-5 hours plus. Okay, Southern Arkansas. My advice to you is the same advice I've had for everybody all day. Okay, have a plan ready to go. Be ready to go for tonight. Okay, tornado warnings up there in Mississippi County. They're moving into West Tennessee at this point. Okay, we're getting new severe thunderstorm warnings that are going out. 60-mile-per-hour winds for those storms moving Pine Bluff. Let's see here. I'll go over this one. Okay, so new severe thunderstorm warnings for southwestern Stone, Searcy, Van Buren, Claiborne, and then Conway counties in this area here. Okay, so those areas. Now, Gary's going to show that here shortly. Okay, those areas, those are severe thunderstorm warnings. The flash flood warning continues for most of the metro. Okay, so the metro, you shouldn't be traveling too much tonight. Okay, I think just being in a drought will help us get rid of the flash flood threat. Okay, wait timing map right now. The timing for Southern Arkansas appears to be, I would say, midnight to as late as 2-3 o'clock in the morning. And we'll go over guys one more time, double check, make sure. We may have an additional timing map coming out. Okay, I'm waiting to see if there's anything. Okay, all right. Stand by. We got a new mesoscale from the Storm Prediction Center. This concerns Southern Arkansas right here. Okay, so I'm pulling it up right now. This concerns Southern Arkansas. It just came out. Give me 1 second here. Okay, so severe threat continues across tornado watch area 555. A downstream tornado watch issuance will be needed per the Storm Prediction Center here. Okay, so a relatively blessed storms have recently become established from far northeastern Texas and progressing eastward into a moist and buoyant air mass. As we get closer, what's going to happen is the modest veering in the low levels per report, you're going to start seeing the winds are going to start veering across southern Arkansas and southeast Arkansas. So the threat for all severe hazards, including the potential of isolated tornadoes, is expected to increase with these storms with an eastward extent. Since Tornado Watch 555 expires in an hour, a downstream tornado watch will be issued within 1 hour across southern Arkansas. Derek, if you could do me a favor on our software, let's go up here and turn on message skill discussions, and it should pop up down there. There it is, right there. Okay, so there's a message skills discussion. It just pulled up on our screen. There's a message skill discussion for southern Arkansas. Those rows of counties I was telling you guys about. That is what I'm talking about here. Down there in southern Arkansas, an additional watch will be issued here. So in Hope County, much of western Arkansas, behind this line that's coming through, I would say your threat's done. Because I'm not seeing any more development behind back out there towards Oklahoma. Now, we'll have to wait and see on what happens when the cold front gets here. The dry line's beginning to push in. Derek, if you do me just a favor, go here and go to 10 MB winds. And we can check and see where the front is right now. Okay, so the front should be making its way. Okay, so that's what I'm talking about. The front boundary is beginning to make its way. You can see With your wind profiles back out here towards Oklahoma, your winds are beginning to move to the north-northwest, okay? So your front boundary is just now, it's 10 o'clock, just now making its way into eastern Oklahoma, northwestern Arkansas. We will watch that front close. However, we're going to continue to monitor the situation very closely here. But that entire line is going to have to be watched later tonight, especially across southern Arkansas, for the potential of seeing all severe hazards. Tornado threat will be there as well. Go ahead, Jerry.
Just a absolutely crazy, evening, and we thank you, our followers for joining us and trusting us, throughout this entire event. I know it's been one that we definitely didn't, it's been one that we anticipated all week long. It's one that we kind of were like, it could go either way, and unfortunately, it actually overdid what we expected it to, because we expected, a few isolated storms. We did not expect, but those few storms could be intense. The coverage, one, we need the rain. We didn't need the super weather, but the coverage was definitely much more than what we expected.
Okay.
So once again, if you live in Northeast Arkansas, it is not it is not okay to sleep yet either, because we still have a little bit longer to go. But the good news is, yes.
Do me a favor, that the Clinton storm, that one that's in Marshall right now. I'm looking at it right now, and something just sparked up on. First of all, hell. Second of all, 60 mile per hour, 70 mile per hour winds for that storm. But I need to look and see in terms of the rotation on that, because it should be pulling up shortly. I was looking at it on here and it had a little bit of rotation with that storm here, the Clinton area up here in north central Arkansas. So we'll watch it closely. That's the middle of this morning. Definitely for 60 mile per hour wind gusts with that storm. Okay. Now I'm not seeing much with that, which is great news. But definitely have to watch it for 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts here. So that in the 0.75 inch hail with the storm here. So Sheridan is still in the line of fire. Okay. We're just going over questions out because tornado warnings are going away from Arkansas here. So the second round, Derek, if you can do me a favor. I know the tornado warnings now are in Mississippi County. They're leaving out of Mississippi County. So do me a favor. That area, that mesoscale, if you can pull that back up, that's the area that I want to show everybody. Because that's where, because I know a lot of people are asking, and there's another mesoscale now. Okay? So where you see all those purple blobs on our radar, that area, we don't even have to draw it out. Storm Prediction Center did it for us. That area will have to be watched for the potential of seeing severe weather by the time we get towards tonight. Okay? That goes from Texarkana to Camden, El Dorado, Lake Village, Crosset, Pine Bluff. Those line of storms are moving at this point. Okay? So we're going to watch it very closely here. Southern Arkansas and eastern Arkansas, that area you see in purple, that area will have to be watched. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and address that new mesoscale we just got out. So give me 1 second. See if I can get it pulled up at this point. They're going to say if you want to take over for a little bit while I find that information.
So just to go over a little bit of what we have now. So again, our tornado warnings are moving out of the state. They are now crossing the Mississippi River. So that is going to go to a different coverage area. And out of our coverage area, Osceola, you are now in the clear for now for this round. Continuing to see a lot of damage reports coming out of northern Arkansas, especially across basically areas from Jonesboro down to Searcy and Cabot, over towards Harrisburg, and then of course up around Blytheville and Truman areas, places like that. But again, we know we now have super thunderstorm warnings. One around Clinton, and then down here around Pine Bluff, over towards Arkadelphia, and then of course we have the continuation of this last line coming through from Texarkana up to Mount Ida and Russellville, up towards Clinton, and then of course on up towards Mountain Home as well. So once again, severe threat is transitioning to a damaging wind threat, but the tornado threat does remain, as Cameron mentioned, with all hazards still possible.
Right. So this is the new mesoscale discussion, or basically, so what mesoscale discussion means is a discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. Right? That's just their fancy word for a discussion. That's all. That's all what it means. There's no weather terminology or anything like that. It's just a discussion. Okay. For those that were wondering what that meant. So what's going to happen is the Tornado Watch 552, the one that's in place right now until 11 o'clock, that will expire. However, it will be replaced by a new watch by the time we get towards 11. So within the next, I would say, 30 minutes, it's going to get replaced with a new watch. And then that's going to include additional counties from southeast Arkansas into central Mississippi here. Okay, so the greatest tornado threat will remain in the northern portions of the replacement watch, where the forcing is much stronger. That means east central and the northeastern Arkansas. However, the shear and instability profiles remain favorable across all of eastern Arkansas and north Mississippi. Therefore, tornadoes remain possible in this region, especially if additional discrete storms can develop ahead of the main line after 1 o'clock in the morning, as some zero-Z computer model guidance is suggesting. So we'll have to watch it very closely here. But all hazards remain.
Yep.
Damaging winds, hail, isolated tornadoes. Southern Arkansas, if you don't get it, you don't get the tornadoes down there, consider yourself blessed. I'll just say that much.
Yep.
Then I don't want to hear tomorrow if nothing happens down there in Southern Arkansas. And, if they don't get severe weather tonight, consider yourself blessed. We're telling you to be on guard, but if nothing happens, consider yourself blessed. Because some folks in northeastern Arkansas tonight, and especially Ohio Valley, they don't have a home to go back to right now. That's how bad the situation is at this point. Let's see here. City limits of Carraway is clear, only minor damage. Let's see here. Blytheville Police Department is reporting no significant damage in Blytheville, which is great news.
Good deal.
Command center is now being set up in the Truman High School. So, no damage in Blytheville. That's great news. But that's what's going on right now in that city. And those tornado warnings are quickly moving away at this point here. So, that's my piece. That's my 2 cents worth in terms of everything right now. Derek, I'm going to leave it in your hands. What else do you got?
No, basically right now we are starting to see a decline in warnings. We're going to let this initial warning go on and get out of Arkansas. And again, I don't see anything that is really significant in terms of rotation. I think we might accidentally be able to break away from coverage, maybe here just for a little bit, just kind of regroup and see where things are going. Again, it's been a long evening. We've been on air going on almost 6 hours now. But it's been a long evening. It's been and of course the event is still going because our folks in the Ohio Valley, Mississippi Valley, Alabama, Mississippi, they still have a long way to go before this event is completely over. Again, not seeing any areas of definite rotation on the radar. Most of these have become 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And again, as you can see, we really only have 3 warnings across the state right now. And our tornado warning up here in Mississippi County has crossed over the river at this time.
All right, so right now, so before I'm just going to read over power outages right now. We've still got a considerable amount of power outages at this point, guys. Reading over everything at this point, so bear with me for just a second. Energy is working their behinds off right now, trying to get everybody's lights back on. We're still at 24,999 customers without power. I'm going to go ahead to Energy site, and I'm going to see what the estimated restoration time is going to be for much of Arkansas. Now, in Northeast Arkansas, you're probably going to be without power for about a day or so. Okay, like Derek said before, it's going to get cold tomorrow. The air mass behind this front is going to be cold, so temperatures it's going to be a rude awakening tomorrow. We're in the 70s, low 80s today. We're back down into the 40s and low 50s tomorrow, back into the 20s tomorrow night. So tomorrow night, we go back to where we're supposed to be for this time of the year. So unfortunately, we'll right back up next week. That'll be a different story that we will talk about next week. That we'll talk about later this weekend. Tomorrow, we will not be on the page much tomorrow. I'm just going to tell you that now. We will do a quick update after the storms have passed, but tomorrow we're taking a personal day. We're taking a relaxed day tomorrow because after everything we've been through tonight, we deserve it. But Sunday we'll be back. We'll have everything ready to go here, but we're not going anywhere tonight. Tonight we will be here. Okay. Right now, power outages are literally all over the place. The majority, as you can tell, is up here in northeastern Arkansas. They currently do not have a restoration time for power outages. Most of them, the majority, they don't have an estimated time right now because they're all divided between trying to cover here in the metro, cover north central Arkansas, and in northeastern Arkansas where the tornado damage is. So they do not expect to have your service restored overnight. Okay, so if you have power outages, you're just going to have to deal with it overnight. You're not going to have your power on tonight. They're trying their hardest to get it on, but there's just so much damage right now, especially across northeastern Arkansas, that they're saying they're not going to have it back on by tonight here. So majority overnight hours, 1:30 to probably 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, but most areas are saying it may not be back on for the overnight hours here. So that's all I have at this point. We are watching that storm definitely down there in southern southwestern Arkansas. What do you got for me? It's Torpos. So thunderstorm warning until 11:15 at this point. Go ahead there.
So we're not gonna go into breakaway just yet. I mean, unless you think we need to break away just for a little bit, just to see, kind of regroup a little bit. We're gonna watch this. This is a tornado possible storm moving into southwest Arkansas. Again, Ashdown and Texarkana. Again, little bit of area of rotation just to the west of New Boston. We continue to watch that, mostly just a broad area of rotation right now. And then, of course, again, they continue to severe thunderstorm warnings across parts of central and north central Arkansas. The good news is that there are no tornado warnings in Arkansas right now.
Right.
For the first time since about 5 o'clock, we do not have a single tornado warning in the state of Arkansas.
So, let me see here. A lot of people are asking to sleep. How's everything going? Folks, mainly, and it's kind of hard to say not to go. I mean, you can go to sleep. However, have your alerts on. Okay, we're not telling you guys to, especially now southern Arkansas, southeast, different story. But we feel like you've had multiple rounds of thunderstorms across central and north central Arkansas here. So I want to say from the area that he's drawing out right now, points west, you're good to go for tonight. Unless something develops on a cold front, but I don't expect much out there, you're good to go. So that's Mena, Fort Smith, Mayfield, western Arkansas, Russellville, the Darnell area, Walton, all those areas over there in western Arkansas, you're good to go for tonight. The rest of the state, it's still remains to be seen. I would like to see what these thunderstorms are going to do. We'll have to wait and see what happens with all that here. But I would definitely went down there in Pine Bluff. Watch that storm closely. We're watching this storm in Texarkana, and I think that's mainly the tornado warnings right now are in up there in Mississippi County, moving into western Tennessee. So what we're going to do for just a bit, the one down there in southwest Arkansas, the Texarkana area, that one is a severe thunderstorm warning with Torpos. So we're going to break away for just a bit. We're going to wait and see if that goes warm. If it goes warm, we will be back. We have everything set up. That way, if something goes warm, we're here. However, radar updates do not stop at all. That will be posted on social media and everything. So radar updates are not going to stop at all. However, no tornado warnings on the board. Radar updates are going to continue. If that goes warm down there, we'll be here. Okay. All right. So thank you guys for tuning in. I appreciate all y'all for tuning in. We've had over, at one point, almost 3,000 viewers at one point. Okay. So we'll have all the information, you guys. We're not going anywhere. I promise you. We're just taking a break from live coverage, catching a break, keeping radar updates going. We have other forecasters on the page as well here, guys. So just make sure you stay with us. Hot Springs, Malvern area, right now, you got another round of storms back to your west, and then you should be good to go. Okay. The current tornado watch is fixing to expire at 11, and then there's going to be another issuance here. So right now, I know a lot of folks are asking, can they go to sleep? Can they go to sleep? Be patient with us, guys. We will have all that information for you guys shortly. We're going to catch our breaths. We're going to take a break for a bit. We've had 5 hours non-stop coverage. Okay? We'll have everything you need to know right here in your source
For all things Arkansas weather.